Today, our strong and courageous soldiers and people stand together to defend ourselves against those who seek our destruction. And by defending ourselves, we defend many others, and we roll back murderous tyranny. Generations from now, history will record that our generation stood its ground, acted in time, and secured our common future. May God bless Israel. May God bless the forces of civilization everywhere. Thank you.
All right, that was some of those remarks there from Benjamin Netanyahu, the prime minister there in Israel. He made those remarks in the aftermath of those attacks. So we are taking a live look right now there in Jerusalem. So we'll continue to keep our eyes there on the region. But we do know, again, today, as Israel is facing, or bracing, I should say, for more attacks by Iran, I want to play out a moment that happened there on the ground. Our Fox News correspondent, Trey Yingst, he's there in Tel Aviv as he's responding to some of this. Let's go ahead and listen into what he has to say.
Attack sites in Tel Aviv. We have seen a number of people coming out of this residential area, some receiving medical attention. There's just some debris on the ground from the windows that shattered when this blast took place. This is one of many impact locations all across Israel. And it's an indication that while Israel's missile defense system was able to shoot down a lot of the incoming fire, much of it slipped past the Arrow system and the David Sling and the American defense systems that were being used, slamming into major population centers. The Israeli Security Cabinet is convening tonight to determine what the response will be. But again, all of this happening just hours after the Israelis launched a coordinated strike against Iranian nuclear facilities and also targeted the top scientists in Iran and top IRGC officials. Follow me on Instagram for more. Tune in live on Fox. We will keep you updated as this story develops.
Our thanks to Trey Yingst. Again, he's got one of the vantage points. They are able to walk us through the region so we can really see the destruction that has happened in the aftermath of these attacks. So we do want to continue on here on Live Now from Fox, from breaking down the very latest. And I now want to bring into the conversation Senior Vice President of the American Foreign Policy Council, Ilan Berman. Ilan, thanks so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox.
Pleasure.
Right, let's start off with the very basics. We know that there have been attacks that were first sent by Israel, targeted attacks there on some of the nuclear facilities in Iran. In the aftermath, though, Iran striking back, hitting targets there in Tel Aviv. Can you sort of walk us through what your first response was to seeing this as we're taking a look at some of these attacks that are waged there in the region?
Right. Well, I think in the broad view, the attacks that took place last night that Israel carried out were extensive, but they were measured in the sense that they targeted only Iranian nuclear facilities, only military leadership targets. It was very clear that in terms of calibrating the scope of the offensive, Israel was both trying to degrade, not eliminate entirely, but degrade the Iranian nuclear program, but also to stay within the four corners of the evolving, somewhat stalled now, nuclear talks between the United States and Iran. The president had made clear in the past that he wanted to attain some sort of compromise, some sort of meaningful compromise and agreement with Iran. What Israel did, at least initially, was create a framework that didn't run counter to that. In fact, you could make the argument that, Israel empowered President Trump to do what he did this morning, which was to, again, try to re-engage the Iranian regime. He talked publicly about the fact that the regime has to make meaningful compromises, has to come to the negotiating table now. Israel, from what it did last night, very much empowered that statement. Now, things have evolved since then, and we saw additional Israeli military strikes on Iran during the day today, including the killing of Ismail Ghani, the replacement for Qasem Soleimani as the head of the IRGC Quds Force, the paramilitary arm of Iran's clerical army. This is a very significant event, and it has precipitated an Iranian response. So what you're seeing is this ping-ponging back and forth. The ball is now in Israel's court, and I think in coming hours, if not coming days, we're going to see an escalation on the part of the Israelis.
And so I want to put up some footage for you. Thank you for that breakdown as well. This is some footage that's being put out as well from the IDF. You talked about the nature of those attacks, saying that they were very targeted. They're putting this out on their X account, showing how those targets are going on. What's your response to seeing this kind of footage being put online to showcase what happened in those attacks?
No, I think the footage in particular really drives home the point that we're talking about two different and qualitatively different strategies. When Israel attacked Iran, it did so through aerial strikes, planes that traveled over 1,000 miles. It carried out pinpoint strikes, very significant, very damaging strikes, but they were narrowly tailored. In contrast, what Iran has just done in Israel and why we're almost guaranteed to see a further Israeli response has been a much less sophisticated, much more broad brush, much more indiscriminate campaign that has targeted Israeli population centers and has wounded something like 40 Israelis, some of them critically. So Israel was striking counter force targets, targets that relate to Iran's military enterprise and its nuclear program. And Iran has targeted Israel in a counter value strike, targeting Israeli population centers and Israeli citizens.
And so let's talk about the nuclear threat. That has been the center of this entire conversation. We know that there were set to be a sixth round of talks that some American officials were also going to be taking place with and taking a part of, I should say, in Oman on Sunday. It's up in the air whether or not that will still happen at this point, but likely not. But as we're looking ahead,
I wager not.
Let's look ahead as well at just really breaking down the influence and the conversation around Iran's access to nuclear plants and to nuclear weapons.
Sure, and I think it's necessary to apply the proper frame to go back to May of 2018. That's when President Trump, during his first term, pulled out of the JCPOA, the 2015 nuclear deal that had been hammered out by his predecessor, Barack Obama. And the president's complaints back then, the reason he made the decision to pull out of the JCPOA were essentially threefold. He said that the deal was too short, that it wasn't open-ended. It had a very short time horizon, and all of the provisions would be expired within a decade. He said it was too generous. It provided too much sanctions relief to the Iranian regime, and that it was too narrow. It covered only Iran's nuclear program. It didn't cover other things like ballistic missiles that were very important to the overall threat that Iran posed. Those principles still attach. And so the real difficulty for the Trump administration in trying to negotiate a new agreement with Iran right now has been to create a stronger agreement that doesn't create these loopholes, doesn't let Iran fall back into this very permissive structure that was created by the Obama administration. And most of all, the most important part is that in its second term, the Obama administration stepped back from its demands that Iran not be allowed to enrich uranium inside the country. And since then, in the years since then, Iran has dramatically expanded its domestic enrichment of uranium, which can be used for a nuclear weapon. And so the Trump administration has an added task of trying to roll that back. That's what these conversations over the last couple of weeks have been all about. And that's why Israel has decided to move militarily against Iran, because it's clear that Iran is perilously close to a nuclear capability, that Iran is getting closer, and that, at least for the moment, it's not willing to compromise or to roll back its nuclear program.
And is this an expected response from Iran? I also want to talk about, because we just brought in so much information about the international element of it all as well. I've been asking some of our guests this question as well. We know that Russia has also had a relationship with Iran and backing them in a sort of their relationship between the two. Can you go into that and how that's also going to affect this conflict going forward?
Sure. Well, and the Russians have really, in recent days, tried to insinuate themselves into these negotiations. Vladimir Putin offered publicly that, we'll play a compromise role. We will, the Iranians can ship the uranium that they enrich out of the country. We'll stockpile it. We'll warehouse it. All of this is I think, a local play on the part of the Russians to try to improve their own negotiations with Washington. Because let's remember, these things are connected. The Russians are fighting in Ukraine. The Iranians are helping the Russians fight in Ukraine by providing them with drone technology and drone blueprints and other battlefield materiel. And so Russia's not a impartial broker here. It's not an honest broker here. It's trying very much to shield the Iranian regime from consequences. That's why you see Vladimir Putin, despite everything that he's done in Ukraine over the last 3 years, come out publicly this afternoon and say that, he condemns the Israeli attacks on Iranian cities. That smacks a little bit of intellectual dishonesty, but it's very much par for the course in terms of the Russian-Iranian relationship.
And so as we're still continuing to see some of that response, I want to put this up on the screen as well from the United Nations. The United Nations did put this out. Of course, we also know that the UN Security Council held that emergency meeting that just wrapped up about an hour ago or so now. But they said nuclear facilities must never be attacked. This is what the chief is saying following those Israeli strikes on Iran. Such attacks have serious implications for nuclear safety, security, and safeguards, as well as the regional and international peace and security. I have to ask you, is this an expected response from an organization like this, just condemning the attacks in general on nuclear facilities?
So I think so. And by the way, the official that made that statement, Rafael Grossi, is the head of the International Atomic Energy Agency, which is the UN's nuclear watchdog. Their writ is global nuclear security. So that statement is very expected. It's sort of nothing new. What is interesting to me is the things that Grossi didn't say, because nowhere in his statement and nowhere in the pronouncements of UN officials so far have there been statements about how this is illegal under international law. Because Israel, I think, very clearly is within the four corners of its legitimate international legal rights, in fact, its obligations in terms of self-defense, because Iran is both developing the capabilities to attack Israel with catastrophic weapons, and it also has signaled the intent to do so, because it's talked about wiping Israel from.
I don't want to cut you off because we're going to continue our conversation, but this is a live feed that we have there over the region there in Israel.
I don't even know which one the sirens are on.
Pan up and see what appeared to be possibly some of these attacks continuing there as well. You were just watching. We were able to capture the moment that it seemed like a missile was intercepted. We do know that Israel has a very strong system there, and this is what we're watching. I want to get your response.
Again, I'm sorry we don't have the Reuters. The Reuters Tel Aviv cam is down.
Well, that's right, and actually, the really remarkable thing is that Israeli air defense.
Oh, the Tel Aviv is back. Tel Aviv cam is back.
There's no such thing as 100% interception rate, but the casualties that we saw and the impacts that we saw in the footage that you played, I think needs to be balanced against the fact that Iran has literally fired now hundreds of missiles at Israel, and the vast majority of them have been intercepted.
There it is. There it is. There it is. There it is.
Dome system,
there it is,
and
right
intercepted
there.
by
That's a Tel
allied
Aviv
defenses en route to the Jewish state. So
that's a
the
Tel Aviv
Israeli missile
camera right
defense
there.
architecture is robust,
Look at
but
this.
it's not hermetically sealed. There will be projectiles that get through depending on the volume. And that's what makes this conflict
Tel Aviv,
so
a hit.
Because
we just saw a hit
Iran
from
is
the Tel Aviv
embarking
camera.
upon large-scale missile salvos.
We just saw a hit from that's Tel Aviv camera right now.
They are likely
we just
to
saw
hit,
that.
or
We
at
just
least
saw
some
it on the
percentage
Tel
of them
Aviv
are
camera. More incoming, I think. I think more incoming. We're looking at a live Tel Aviv shot. Did the camera pause? The shot still, I don't know if the camera's having an issue in Tel Aviv. That might be paused right now. I'm looking at my other cameras, but hold on. The camera was working. Now the camera seems to be locked down. Oh no, the camera's moving. Camera's live. Camera's live. Camera's live. I'm not hearing sirens anymore. I'm looking at like 4 different cameras, and I'm not seeing anything anywhere. So we just seem to see something make impact. I can replay that in a second. The sirens have stopped. Hold on. Some people mentioned the AP cameras. I don't have the rights to the AP cameras. Yeah, I don't have, I cannot take everything on the internet and use it on my news channel. I pay for live streams, but I don't have the rights to the AP streams. So,
hey, what's up, Dark?
I can rewind the, we saw something
We got a big weekend.
It seemed like we saw something hit. So, what I'll do is I'll go back and try to show you a replay of that.
Not an Israel fan?
I didn't see anything on the other cameras, though. Oh, how about Jerusalem? Well, I'm looking at a Jerusalem.
It's been a pretty effective propaganda campaign against Israel.
Keep my eye out. I'm looking at Jerusalem. I'm looking at Bethlehem. I'm looking at another Tel Aviv camera, and I don't see
people are gonna hate
those
me.
Cameras right now.
They are gonna hate me so much.
So, in a second, I'm gonna rewind for you and or get a replay of what we just saw.
It's pretty bad.
21, 34, 21, 44. Hold on. Uh-oh.
Yeah, but civilians pay the price. So, I'm not supportive of anything that kills civilians, and this happened to the troops in Afghanistan.
I'm hearing a siren on one of the cameras, but
and
I'm
in
not
Iraq
seeing anything
is
on the other cameras.
So
let me get some
this is like really good in my mind. I'll just keep his on there real quick.
Let me see if I can find out.
Is if your enemy knows places you're not going to go, that's where your enemy's going to end up going. So if they know that you're not going to go after a hospital or a residential neighborhood or a hospital, guess exactly where they're putting their stuff. I think a lot of Americans can't even conceptualize how evil some of this stuff is.
I have the replay video right now. Let me just see if I have.
It's not like a one-for-one either, right? Which is why war's bad, but people like to sit around well away from war and make these like theological debates about what they should or should not be doing until they feel like the sound of like a rocket hit next to them. And then all of a sudden, their entire perspective would change. You'd be like, holy shit, defend me. So I'm sure there's no way Israel hasn't killed civilians. There's no way, right? Like it's statistically, it's improbable, right? The whole thing's pretty complicated. But if we just step back and look at this conflict right now specifically, Israel went after their military sites, and Iran is going after civilian populations.
Trying to get you a replay.
Like right now, that's what's happening.
Tel Aviv, and as soon as I have that for you,
so I don't want to drag the Palestinian Israeli conflict into this because it's not separate, but it's like adjacent, right? Like Iran's been funding Hezbollah, which has like a stranglehold on the Palestinian population, and then has weaponized a lot of their stuff against Israel, and Israel's retaliated. So, like, in an abstract way, what's going on kind of matters, but it's adjacent. But like right now, it doesn't. Does that make sense?
Seeing some reports of
and I'm empathetic to the people on both sides, right? What happens in the conversation usually is it's a binary conversation. It's either one or the other. I'm not one or the other. I'm like empathetic to both, I guess.
For you. I'm gonna post a video that Joe.
I'm not married to it. Like it's somebody that leans right. I get a lot of pushback for not being like all the way supportive of Israel. But I'm attached to an ideology, to actions, not really to people. So that's I am. If you want my real opinion, I am American first. That includes over Israel.
I got it.
Like, I want American problems taken care of first.
I'll figure this out.
Before I want to even fuck around with anybody else's problems, period. Like, we have so many problems here. Like, there's literally no reason for us. I would say no. There's only, like, super extreme reasons. But pretty much there's no reason for us to be involved militarily with another war in the Middle East. Where we slaughter thousands and thousands of the millennial generation for a war that was fought under false pretenses over 10 fucking years.
It's easy for me to
so that at the end of the day we could replace the Taliban with the Taliban. And you know what? Like, this is a pretty prevalent, I would say, point of view from like most of my generation and below. Because the backdrop of my entire existence has pretty much been shadowed by a war in the Middle East. So we got to see over the last 10, 12, 15 years, I could argue 40 years, but I'll just do 20 because, you know, people had to actually live through that. What did regime change do in the Middle East for anybody? Literally nothing, and it made it worse. So that does include Israel, that includes Iran, and that includes all of them.
Again, there was.
But I am a founding father, Washingtonian, America first person.
As soon as I
period.
Have that replay, I will put it up on the screen for you.
And I would expect French to be, French. I would expect them to be France first, like fix their problems first, right? Like,
what is this?
Like, we have so many problems over here. We don't have time. Even if we wanted to go in there, we don't have time to do that.
New warning in Israel, I'm seeing.
This shit's crazy,
though. That right now.
I'm a little surprised Iran's able to hit back, to be honest.
Oh, sorry. Now my headline's off. My headline is.
Yeah, I don't know. Like the Mossad, which is Israel's intelligence agency, is actually really, really good at what they do. So I'm surprised that. I'm a little surprised. Obviously, I don't have full context. Right, I'm now on the outside looking in on all this stuff when I used to be generally on the inside looking out. It's been a while. So, like, I don't have access to a bunch of like real-time information, and like Twitter's literally the best for this. I thought about this today.
May be more missiles coming. Hold on.
I think governments are gonna have to do something about Twitter. You can look at aircraft movements. Now, they're not military aircraft movements, but you can look at aircraft movements. You can get stuff in pretty real time. Like, we're knowing on Twitter before missiles hit another country. Like, I just don't see this as a good operating environment for a government.
I-24 News says that there's a new wave of Iranian missiles. I haven't seen the announcement yet from the IDF. But I am seeing some reports.
They just hit Tel Aviv again. This is new.
That's not confirmed.
I saw this live. This is like the third wave. This is not the stuff I posted in Discord. This has happened like 5 minutes ago. Jesus, dude. Yeah, see, Iran's not going after any military sites at all. I think in the middle of Tel Aviv is their as part of their Iron Dome, and they chuck a bunch of rockets up to
that hit in the Tel Aviv metro area, which is I think the one we saw. Do I have that footage?
What is this?
Hey guys, I have the footage of the missile hitting. I have that footage, but I'm going to wait to show it to you. I have the replay, but I'm going to wait to show it to you because I want to see. It's a little unclear to me what the situation is right now. It's a little unclear.
I think he means this one I just saw.
Right now. I have not seen any new rocket.
Isn't there security center built in the?
Like...
I think so. It would be a subjective opinion. I don't know. No, I'm pretty sure because I saw a video. It might have been like Fox News or something. Oh, here. This is the one I'm thinking of. So what's going on is this is part of their Iron Dome, and they're intercepting missiles. Now the problem is, I don't know if they have a hypersonic missile that hit here, but it was too fast for the Iron Dome to stop it, and I think it just chucks in.
I have a few cameras. Tel Aviv is the main. Let's make sure. I don't want to show the replay.
Yeah, it like that's so fast.
I put a link in the chat of a video of the new missile hitting that BNO posted from AP. I just put that link in the chat for you. Do we have?
Wait, is that new?
That's what I don't know right now.
Oh, that's 3 hours. I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure I saw that one.
Are there more coming right now? Manny Fabian says, Israel Emergency Medical Service says no report so far of injuries from the latest barrage, but several impacts were reported in Tel Aviv area. But there's the Tel Aviv cam. What's happening on the Tel Aviv cam? The Tel Aviv cam is at a wide shot right now.
This is like hitting like in the middle of New York type of density. Give me Google Maps.
I have not seen the rocket alerts on the SOFAR app yet. I don't know how big that barrage was.
So this is the area.
Vitamin missiles in other parts of the country.
There's Iran. Okay.
Just saw a neat video I'm going to post a link to.
And this is Israel. And this is Tel Aviv.
Chat.
So you're looking at...
So again, I do have a video replay of what happened.
Can't you pin
I want to wait
and
to
look?
show it until...
Yeah, this is the type of areas they're hitting.
More immediately coming. I'll change it to say third wave.
Where are the skyscrapers at, bro?
I have not seen any confirmation yet of new missiles launched after the third wave. Fars news agency is claiming... Oh no, that's from before.
This is Tel Aviv, yeah. It's got to be around here somewhere. Put me on a road, I guess.
All right, would you want to replay what just happened? We can replay what just happened. Oh, N12 News says there are reports being investigated that there are 4 scenes of falls where missiles or missile debris hit. In the Negev, the Shephela, and the Dan Gush. The Dan Gush is Tel Aviv Metro. So... sounds like there were missiles in several areas.
I guess it depends.
I have not seen any new reporting of new wave of missiles after that yet. So let's put the replay on. I'm going to put the replay on for a second where you guys can see moments ago what happened.
I wonder if I can drive all the way down there.
Hold on, I'm going to put it on right now for you. I will get it on the air right now for you.
Dude, would be some really or great investigative journalism to go see if I could find where that balcony where those people were at.
Replay moments ago.
I mean, we're going pretty fast. How fast do you think that is? About 60 miles an hour? No, I'm skipping traffic right now.
And then we're going to put this on the screen. Oops.
This still doesn't really look like...
Okay, ready? Here is the replay from moment...
Where are these?
I can fit this on the screen.
So everybody watch the replay? I hate that sound.
Wow, look at that. Look at all the missiles right there. I think those are missiles.
Yeah, where is this area?
Look at that, right there, right there, right there. Boom. Wow, crazy, crazy. That looked like a hit right there. Right there. That was it. Hang on, is anything happening right now? Anything happening right now? Just want to make sure that I'm not missing anything. I'm not seeing anything at the moment. All right, I was
Crap, where did you put me?
I'll play it again, but I just want to make sure I'm not.
I would have thought it would have been in this intersection of stuff.
I think that was
okay,
it.
that's a little bit better. I see it down there, I think.
Oh, there's smoke. Yes. You can see the smoke column rise up. You can see the smoke column rise up. See? Look at that. Wow. Whoa.
That wasn't even as bad as the second one.
I'm going to play that again. Here we go again. Let's watch it again. Let's watch it again.
Yeah, that's down here.
Hold on. So you actually see it looks like a line of missiles coming in. Looks
but
like
which way? There we are. That's where it is. Okay.
Is there new alerts? Hold on a moment.
I thought I clicked in here.
I don't have new alerts. That's a live shot right there. I want to double check.
I guess it's hard to see.
Oh, there's new alert. Are there new alerts? No. Breaking news. This is live now, by the way, not replay. Israeli Homefront Command says you can leave the protected area, but you must stay near it, okay? So, the Israeli Homefront Command says you can leave the protected area, but you must stay in it, which suggests that they think for the moment the missiles are done.
I don't think they've called that today.
They wouldn't say that.
Yeah, I don't think they've done that today yet.
Homefront Command Israel just said you can leave the protected area, but you must stay near it. I'm literally reading the Homefront Command message that just came out. Okay? That's what they just said. They just said that.
Yeah, that's this population center. Oh, I guess there's a bunch down here too, huh?
Okay, so they would not say that if they thought another wave was imminent. Let's go back now and watch again what just happened on the Tel Aviv cam. You see there's a line of, it looks like a line of missiles coming in. Here we go, let's watch it again. look at this. Wow. Crazy.
That's a dense population. Oh, okay, there's the skyscraper construction I'm looking for. So, see, here's this. So that's a pretty good angle. Obviously, they have some camera probably up there somewhere.
Look at the smoke. Look right in here.
But you have massive amount of cranes. Massive amount of cranes.
Right there. The smoke column right there. Oh, let me change. Can I change the brightness? Maybe I can change the brightness and just show you the smoke column a little better. If I make it a little brighter. There. See the smoke right there?
Here, pause you, Ben.
There, that's...
ايه هيو ايوه اوبا ايه هيو نزل دي على الجسر السيارة راحت يا الله ايه صيدة مع السمك صيد صيد والله منزلين علينا ايه والله ايه طلع
Yeah, we saw that one. What is this?
Better. Let's watch it again with a little more brighter here.
Man, I didn't expect him to wave it again. I thought I was just gonna chill for a minute until they did that again. Wasn't even like really reading. We can kill that. I don't need that. Oh, good evening, Callie.
Let me go back to the live shot for a second, and let me see if there are any updates about what got hit. I mean, that did seem to be a hit in the Tel Aviv area. Big explosion, big smoke column. So I'm going to see. I don't have video yet of where it hit. I'm gonna check some different sources.
I'm a little surprised Iran's able to hit, to be honest. They decapitated like the equivalent of J.D. Vance and his secretary yesterday.
Oh, N12 News says the woman critically injured by the first round of missiles from Iran has been declared dead. Wow, not good. N12 News just reported, N12 News Israel, that the woman critically injured by the first round of missiles from Iran has been declared dead.
Oh, this one's nuts, though. Yeah, they have been going right after the center of Tel Aviv.
I am trying to find out updates about that new missile.
They don't care at all.
Wow, crazy video.
I didn't know they had hypersonics, to be honest.
I'm gonna post another
I guess that's the only way you get through the dome, really. You either overwhelm the dome
We're looking at a live shot right now.
with a bunch at the same time, or you hypersonic missile, which are too fast for them to intercept.
Supposedly, reportedly, possibly several missiles hit in Israel. One in Tel Aviv area, which we saw. Maybe we'll get video soon of close-up of damage. If I have it, I will post it.
Yeah. Iran's chief of staff.
But to repeat, Israel, the IDF is saying you can leave.
This was last night, though.
Now. So they don't think that another wave is coming right away. A parallel universe who I follow, he's in Israel. He says he's hearing that there are at least 4 impact locations in central and southern Israel.
I mean, I saw like 4 different ones. I'd believe that.
As I mentioned, N12 News reports that
that's impacting.
Woman, who was hurt in the first barrage today has died.
Twitter's like the best for this. We gotta find the right accounts, and there's a bunch of misinformation poster accounts, but once you find the legit ones, it's really quick. I'm constantly always looking for other ones. Wait, what I just
Oh, hold on. I have video. I have video, new video from Tel Aviv. This might be from the location. New video from Tel Aviv coming up right now.
This guy's pretty good.
Moment. New video from Tel Aviv. Aftermath of missile strike. So this, I think, is the area of the strike. Whoa, what's going on? Let's see. Where I don't see a crater yet. Hopefully we don't see people injured.
I mean, you hit a massive, well, not you, but they hit a massive population center. I think they're sitting in shelters, but still. Clearly not everybody, because there's people out there with phones filming it, so they're not all sitting in bomb shelters. And I don't even know how many they can take. I have no idea. I don't think they can take the entire population into a bomb shelter, but it's probably like a tornado shelter. The Iron Dome failed. Well, how the Iron Dome works is like it sends rockets at the rockets, right? And it only can go so fast. So the 2 ways that you get through an Iron Dome is like, maybe it's better to look like you have like a castle and you have a wall. But if enough people rush the wall, they can overwhelm the wall.
This is
so it can be really well defended. Or the other way is to have a missile that's so fast it can't get intercepted. So.
Did it hit that building? Is that it right there? Wait, that was like a tree.
I'm glad. Graphic content. Oh, it's because I'm sitting in the Iran military. I gotta get out of there. We've arrived.
No, this is not. This is. Oh, there's damage right there. Yeah, no, this is I believe supposed to be the new hit, not the one from hours ago.
The Boeing that crashed. Yeah, that's why you guys are here with me. Okay, I will not lead you astray.
Or some of the new hit, or one.
You may not like what I have to say, but at least it'll be the facts.
Yes, as our viewers pointed out, right up on the top of the image, you can see damage. That's true. That's true. So when it goes back over there, I'll show you guys.
Yeah, I have a lot of empathy for these people.
Damage on this building right here. There's also damage on the other building. To the right is the big one. Well, I assume they'll show it if there's damage. This camera will show it.
Okay. So if this inside this circle was all of Israel, the Iron Dome is this. So a missile is coming in. Missile. And we'll just name this one H as like help. Okay. It is a series of these turrets, I guess. that have a guidance system to intercept incoming missiles.
Here, now look,
and then destroy that. Right, there's multiple,
damage.
destroy that, destroy that, destroy that.
Damage up here.
But if you have enough of these coming in,
damage there.
right, the Iron Dome can only get so many. So, which is why generally when these things happen, they're launching hundreds of missiles and hoping like 10 get through. Or you have a missile that's so like a super one like this called hypersonic that's going like super fast that like this turret down here can't intercept it before it hits. So an example I think of that is
I'm not sure that this is where
that might have been one.
You know,
I wonder if I can get a comparison somewhere. It's gonna be a little tough.
On the Skyline camera.
Okay, so here's a guy sitting outside one of those buildings.
What am I seeing now?
So what's going on here is you'll see they're rocketing out. This is the Iron Dome going to intercept Iranian missiles. So they're chucking them out. But this one was so fast. I don't know if it's confirmed this is hypersonic. I don't know. But regardless, is either there weren't enough of these at the time because they only can fire so fast, right? Like even guns that fire really fast can only fire so many bullets.
Jimmy says maybe it was from an interception. Well, if this
do other countries, not that I'm really aware of, but Israel's in a unique situation where they kind of require one because they're constantly under attack. They're under attack from the Houthis in Yemen. They're under attack by Iran. They're like constantly under barrage by missiles from Iran to Hezbollah. So like, yeah, this is a kind of a situation that's unique to Israel. Yeah, there's anti-air artillery. I would say this is an upgraded anti-air artillery mechanism.
Look at that. There's damage right there. There's some significant damage right there.
Right, these are just some dudes filming on their phones.
Magen
like
David Adom is the emergency medical service.
Right, so that's what I kind of referenced with this thing right here. It's like checking them out and then one gets through. I was seeing unconfirmed reports that Iran wants to do. I put this at like a 1% probability, by the way. Reports that Iran is going to do a nuclear test tonight. And if that was actually pulled off, that would be nuts. But like I said, I give that like a 1% possibility. They killed a bunch of, like, Israel struck Iran yesterday. India and Pakistan to start fighting again? Nah, I don't think so. I gotta pee, I'll be right back. Nah, I don't think so. Like, India and Pakistan have been fighting forever. Like, India and Pakistan don't like each other at all.
Give me 1 second. Oh, see the damage at the top of the building too, right? I assume that's all damage from the missile. Up here. Rule says, I think we're one civilian apartment building away from Iran's existence. Look, I mean, if one of these Iranian missiles hits, you know, a sensitive, like a civilian building and kills a lot of people, that could put a lot of political pressure on Israel to do something even stronger. That is true. N12 News says that there are reportedly 4 missile crash sites in Metro Tel Aviv and also the Negev and Shephelah.
Oh, no, I don't have it off. I wasn't ready. I mean, I was kind of, but I wasn't ready for them to barrage Israel again for a third time. Like, I knew they was probably coming, but I just didn't know once I started.
I'm going to show you a replay again of what...
Oh, it's on the wrong screen. There we go. I see what's going on. OBS updated. I still haven't got used to it. So now on one side, I have
the Air Force says
a mirrored image
hour, Israeli Air
of what
Force
you
says
guys see, but if I make a change on the
dozens
mirror
of
part and
missiles
don't
have been
slide the
launched
thing over,
by
then it doesn't enact. It used to enact as soon as I did it. So that's why I'm looking at it, like, what do you mean? I'm like, oh, it's the mirrored image.
Rescue and forces are operating in several areas across the country where reports of falls have been received. Okay? So several reports of falls, and also we know.
Oh, what time is it there? It's like 2 in the morning, I think. 3 in the morning, maybe?
Air Force, and some of them were shot down by the Air Force.
Yeah, they're pretty far. Like, I was watching some stuff yesterday when it was popping off. I'm a little surprised how Iran's able to even pull this off, to be honest. Clearly they can. I guess Israel can't hit everything that they have. That's a big country, but they hit a bunch of their stuff.
I think maybe we should check out.
The way I the way I look at this stuff is like it's real tough for Americans specifically because nobody's ever had, even during World War II. Okay, the mainland, the heart of the U.S., never really had to feel the brunt of a war on the mainland. So like the U.S. population for generations really hasn't had to actively face something like this. Like Pearl Harbor is still like a big military installation. Does that make sense? Like it is, but not really. It's not the same as like France or Germany or Spain or even England that had a bunch of bombers from Germany over it for years, constantly doing this kind of thing right here, right? They're just dropping bombs constantly. So Iran's like just chucking missiles constantly into urban population centers. Like we haven't, like Americans haven't had that.
Let's look at a replay of what
so Americans like to abstract this and like,
all right.
I don't know, like they're not able to empathize or humanize a lot of this stuff because they don't feel it. Their parents never felt it. Their parents never felt it. Like, so, yeah, Civil War would be literally the
Jose Torres.
Literally the closest thing. And then there's the Spanish, like there's a Spanish, like, but then you're sitting like almost 200 years ago, you know?
Axidi says maybe the main impact is off camera and they don't want to post it. I mean, the thing is though, the other footage we've seen. The other footage we've seen at the sites, they posted the damage. They posted heavy damage, so I don't know that this camera would be avoiding showing damage.
Iran's military official says Israelis have a historic opportunity to overthrow Netanyahu and save their cities.
But thank you, XCD. I'm not aware of.
And then Israel is saying that Iran has this exact same thing but flipped. Like Iran's population has a unique historic opportunity to overthrow the Khamenei, which is their president, I guess. religious leader and saved their cities. They're both saying the same thing, just reversed.
Was it outside the atmosphere interception? Which would suggest it wasn't a cruise missile, I think. But that might have been one of the missiles. I don't have an assessment of what kind of missiles were fired. Although you probably could tell.
Where's all the news stuff?
Ballistic get there faster than cruise missiles, actually. Right?
I need to get this curated better. I don't care about any of this.
Cruise missiles travel at cruise missiles would take around an hour, I believe.
Huh.
Or wait. Unless it was a supersonic cruise missile.
It's probably because I hate following.
Because it seemed like they got there a few minutes after the warning.
Maybe CNN will.
That's just a guess. I'm just guessing.
They're not really posting anything. God, these news agencies are so fucking slow for actual news. They're just straight propaganda pieces. Like, they spend hours and hours to put stuff together, right? Like, so it's curated in a specific way. Like, their last post is from 2 hours ago.
Hey, guys, hold on a second. Trey Yingst, I don't know if it's a different spot than this. Trey Yingst of Fox just posted Trey Yingst posted a photo of some severe damage. So it might be at a different site. I'm posting
Wait, Discord. Wait.
now in the chat.
What are you talking about?
On my X account. But Trey Yingst posted a video of
Wait, do you need my Discord again?
Of rubble. A massive amount of damage, he says, in the suburbs of Tel Aviv.
Okay.
So this might not have been, the main hit site. I don't know, but he just posted a picture of severe damage. Hang on.
I'll probably cover the insurrection tomorrow.
Hang on. This is the only aftermath video I have right now. The picture is on my X account.
100 years, progressives have constantly tried to tear down the country, and now finally, of course, the millennial population has to deal with this too. So annoying. You have to deal with an Iraq war, Afghanistan. You have to deal with fucking the debt being trillions of dollars, and then we have to deal with. We have to deal with a bunch of people trying to overthrow the government. Like, it's been exhausting being a millennial. And the people trying to overthrow it think they're on the right side of history. Like, so it makes it even worse. They feel like they're contractually, morally obligated to do it, which is like literally how everybody that's overthrown a government thinks they are. Fourth strike? I'm surprised he didn't get... Okay, thank you. This Iran observer's the best one that I've found so far. I wonder how many of these they have. I mean, I'm sure Iran was ready. Like, they've been spamming in fucking Israel's chat for years about destroying them, right? They've just been constantly spamming. Spam. On destroying Israel, so I'm sure that they have a bunch, right? I need other news agencies.
Our viewer Avia believes that this building is the Azarelli Mall. That's what our viewer.
There's another guy that covers this. That's pretty good, but. Like, this guy just giving like straight stuff, and then I'll give my opinion. The other one is like opinion, so like it'd be opinion on top of opinion.
Sorry, there's just too much going on. I'm trying to find out.
I don't understand why a lot of the American population simps for Palestine or Israel, to be honest with you. I mean, I know why, because of the propaganda, but like if people really sat themselves down and be like, why do I care? Like, they don't know why they care. They literally have no idea why they care, dude. Like, they just don't. They literally have no idea. It's like saying that you love macaroni and cheese, but you've never eaten it. So everybody that likes macaroni and cheese is like, dude, that's awesome, right? And everybody that hates macaroni and cheese is like, oh, that's gross. But you yourself have decided that you like macaroni and cheese, but have never had it. Like,
hit in the latest strike, and
we hear of Israel killing everyone.
Right,
I know.
what am I looking at?
Yeah, that's by the way, that's a straight propaganda campaign.
Right,
people are very, 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 like, as I've like learned.
Right here, there's damage.
I don't know. I don't know what I thought before. I mean, I thought that people weren't so susceptible to it, I guess, but that's probably just because my perspective was so educated. And it's really tough for me to understand what my perspective would be if I wasn't in the intelligence propaganda community, I guess, and had to counter and watch it. Like, if I didn't have to be in the military dealing with actual facts for constantly, like, you can't make a military decision off of, like, what you think you want. It has to be what it actually is, right? Like, you have to have X amount of troops. They have to be here, right? And I've always looked at it like that. Like, I've seen the propaganda stuff because, like, a lot of it's just trying to weaponize to get enough of your population to go against the thing or for the thing.
Yeah,
and it's actually one of the downsides of a democracy, right? No government system is perfect, okay? But in a democracy, if you're a government and you have, and the population knows 80% what's going on, but the other 20% of the information's like super classified from the intel communities, and without that other 20% perspective, the population that you're the government, right? And the population you're in control of, the 80% of the information they have shifts them in an entirely different direction because they don't have this when they actually should be focused the other way. You have to play this fucking narrative game where you're not giving out classified info. It's like there's like people go to school and spend entire careers, right, trying to maneuver populations back and forth and public perception and
behind the buildings is where the ambulances are.
And the best way that, like, I feel like I don't know, look at it is to like look at what people would, like, what the individual person would do in that situation. Like, you have the individual firefighters. The dude's been at work for fucking 7 hours, right? Like, right, they're in here all dealing with this, right? So what happens, like, people don't like to humanize the other side, and that's a big problem too. Like I'll just look at it like this: is like, if you're coming home from work and every day you have the anxiety of getting bombarded, okay? Forget about all the other context, okay? Just think about the individual person who's trying to, like, working a 10-hour shift, going through Tel Aviv, like 2 kids, like a kids and a wife, and he's worried constantly every day that every time the fucking siren goes off, that, like, he's gonna lose everything in his family every day, right? Like when Americans drive to work, they don't have a constant threat of some missile or having a siren go off that they have to stop literally everything they're fucking doing and go get in a bomb shelter. So that's kind of how I look at a lot of stuff. And so if you have an entire population that's living like that all the time, of course they're going to hate the person that's doing it. So whether it's justified, like if you step out and you're like the U.S., you're like, oh, well, Israel or Iran's justified in doing this. The population of Israel or the population of Iran looks at the other person as at bare minimum a massive inconvenience in their entire life, right? Like, they look up and they have, rocket pieces raining down on them. they have constant air raid sirens, right? Like, they don't care about some, like, the American fucking outside doesn't have to deal with the perspective at all. And why would they care? Like, do you care what the Russian population thinks that you need to be doing with your stuff in your house? No, of course not. So that's generally how I kind of like empathize and look at things. But like, if I looked at the Israel-Gaza stuff, same thing, right? Like, if the IDF or the Israeli Defensive Force gets hit by a massive terrorist attack, and I'm sitting in Gaza, right, like trying to take care of, again, you know, kids and a wife or something, and Hezbollah moves in a bunch of stuff next door, I don't know, right, and then Israel is careful and rockets the depot next to me, but it kills like 2 of my kids. Am I mad at Hezbollah or am I mad at Israel? Well, of course I'm mad at Israel. They're the one that rocketed my community, right? Like, you don't really care who did this, right? You just know that they killed, you know, two people or your community or whatever it was. And this is how the cycle of hatred continues. Is because then they grow up knowing that they lost their dad or their son to something. So now they've been kind of radicalized against the other population. And then they rocket that population. And that population is like, why the fuck are they rocketing us, right? And then they rocket them back, and it just continues and over and over and over again. So you just have this constant cycle of like back and forth, and literally the only way it breaks is like for somebody to go that like we're not going. Remember the tit for tat thing? That was such an important video. Like, always retaliating doesn't lead to anybody winning at all. It leads to both people's destruction. I think people that have legally immigrated into the U.S. have a probably better perspective on this than Americans that have sat in America for 400 years. It's just kind of like a cultural thing, a tribalistic thing to like always want to get back at the person that you think slighted you, that disadvantaged you.
1 moment. Just give me 1 second here. Give me 1 second. I see some planes.
I mean, I could go even more like deeper into it. I just don't think humans have. They like to pretend like they've overcome some great problem and they're like more enlightened, and I don't think they're more enlightened at all. I think the tools in which they are stupid are just more advanced. Because if somebody kills your entire family and it's on you to not retaliate, like to try to even mentally overcome that, like most people can't. Like there's like tired stories of people, you know, like they killed my son, right? And then they spend 20 years getting the murderer, or, you know, whatever it is, right? They make it their entire life mission to retaliate against somebody else or a perception of somebody else. It's just how people are.
Again, some unconfirmed reports right now of Israeli strikes in Tehran.
Yeah, I did hear that they were going to strike again. Only Melef to carry the name? Yeah. I mean, and then you have religious differences, and then you have cultural differences.
So, we don't know. Trey Yingst posted a picture of some severe damage from.
I'm pretty worried about tomorrow. I don't. Millions of dollars are getting poured into the protest by foreign fucking agitators. The entire population, not the entire, a lot of the population's been convinced that they need to go out and do this because it's a tyranny. People gobble up propaganda because it confirms their worldview so quick. I'm actually really disappointed with a lot of the American population, to be honest with you. They've been convinced to work against their own best interests.
There were a bunch of houses destroyed, a bunch of buildings destroyed and severely damaged.
Because nothing says, like, you know...
I mean, maybe that's what he did.
I don't know. Like, nothing gets people closer to your cause than, like, burning their cities to the ground. Like we just talk about retaliatory, like, yeah, not like 90%, there's more like 95% of people that are out there in America just are going to work. They don't want to deal with any extra bullshit. And now they're going to be massively inconvenienced. I don't think people understand what they do with, like, in their mind, because it's about them. In their mind, they're like, I'm doing this thing. I'm on the right side of history. I'm going to go out there and I'm going to be written in the history books. It's always about me. So I'm going to go out, I'm going to sit in a road and I'm going to inconvenience the other 95% of the population that they should be fighting for my cause because I'm making them late for work. I'm not allowing them to go to work. I'm destroying their communities. I'm looting their communities. I'm inconveniencing them for hours. Like, how does this help your cause at all? It, like, in my mind, it all it does is make people in my, this is why, like, I don't like participate in this stuff. Well, one of the main reasons is I think it does way more damage to your cause than help at all. Does that make sense? Like, again, if I look at it from the average person, it's like, how is this convincing me?
Again, there are reports of explosions in Tehran.
And that's how I look at anything. Like the thing that would happen is if you went into communities and helped people, like, just helped, right? Like, the problem is it's so center focused when people do this. This is my opinion. It's always about themselves. They'll say it's about this cause, but it's literally about themselves. Because if it was about the cause, they wouldn't be inconveniencing a bunch of other people trying to, like, soft force them to be a part of their, like, either you're with us or you're against this stuff. Like, wait, what's the Mr. Beast dilemma? Like, if a bunch of the population, and by a bunch I mean literally like 1%, you only need like 1% of people to cause a massive fucking problem, by the way, goes out there and absolutely destroys stuff, you're just going to radicalize even more Americans against your cause. You're going to piss off so many people. People that wouldn't care, they don't want to care, they just want to live their lives. If they go through and you go through those communities and you inconvenience and destroy their shit, you're going to make them against you for the rest of your life.
Let me just show you guys again what
and the thing is, like, even if it's mostly peaceful, the person who has their fucking car burned to the ground doesn't care that the other 99% didn't destroy their car. They're just going to associate that cause with you destroying their fucking property. They had property today, and then your cause came through, and now they don't have that property and their stuff anymore. Like, it's that simple. Like there's people that, like, live in LA in the community and they're not involved in this at all, like, scared that this stuff's going on down there in general, right? They're not even involved at all, but, like, that's not even really affecting them necessarily directly, just it's in their area. It just makes them, it gives them a heightened sense of anxiety. They're nervous, right? Like you think making people nervous and anxious and, like, on edge helps you? I just don't think it does.
Right there.
I just think a massive, even an inconvenience protest doesn't help at all. Because it's so self-referenced and so self-centered. Who's the bun guy? It's kind of crazy because everybody's feed's a little bit different. Like, everybody's social bubble and what they see is all a little bit different. Some people are massively different.
And I'll show you that again. That was
Like J6 had agitators that, you know, kind of baited a bunch, like not a bunch, they baited people into the Capitol building, and those people needed held responsible for going in there and breaking windows and things. And I'm sure, and I guarantee there's agitators on left protests as well that, you know, chuck rocks and things. But that's just a reality you have to live in. And if you don't have the entire movement stop those agitators and people, and you let them hijack your movement, that's kind of on you, unfortunately. Whether that's fair or not, that's not how it's gonna play to everybody else optically. And if you put this at the micro level, right, like, if you work at a job and you don't steal anything for 20 years, but then one day you steal stuff and get caught, you're fired. It doesn't matter the other 20 years. Like, you steal shit, you're done. Like, you steal shit, you're done. Like, you're gone. Oh, you stole a bunch of stuff? Okay, well, I guess you're going to get fired. So, like, if you have a protest and, you know, only 10 people are destroying everything, well, it might as well be the entire protest optically. It's not fair, but that's the reality. People come in there and they're opportunists and they're anarchists, and the bigger and more riled up emotionally a cause is, the more susceptible they are to being, like, emotionally hijacked into doing stuff that is inherently against whatever cause they're trying to push. No kings. It's almost like we had an election. This is so crazy. The amount of foreign money pouring into No's King's Day is crazy.
News the Security Cabinet, which is an account I follow, a couple of reporters do from Israel on Telegram.
I've seen these. I don't know what they are. I don't know if this is true or not. This is.
With that thing on fire. So, has Israel launched some sort of targeted strike?
But there's people saying there's, like, warehouses with bricks and Molotov cocktails. They could be telling the truth. I don't know, though. And I don't know how exactly I would identify it.
I can only use stuff that I have the rights to. I can't just take anything I want off the internet. Steal it.
Alright, this guy, man.
So let me say, is the second most senior member.
This guy was sleeping with a Chinese spy for a long time, and somehow he's still sitting in Congress. Eric Salzwell. Eric fucking Salzwell.
Sorry. Josie Fiorda Seville, Kamikaze 06, Lemaine Carter, Pycon, Joshua Whitcomb, Love Orion, Robin Ridge, Michael Cromwell, Actually Dan.
We'll just ask Gronk for confirmation. There's no conclusive evidence. Oh, because we didn't physically see him do it. Okay.
US Patriot. No, I have not heard.
Fang Fang, a suspected Chinese intelligence operative who was active in San Francisco from 2011 to 2015, targeted Starswell and up-and-coming politicians participating in fundraising for its 2014 election. Salzwell was briefed by the FBI about Fang's suspected activities and immediately cut ties with her, no allegations.
Thank you, Pro Gamers, US Patriot. The R Fired Channel, Robert Lewis, Silliest of Cats, Mash or Hash, Dodger Blue, Fox.
Man Bun Guy. What is that? Is that a video of somebody just trying to get her kid to work or something, and he's yelling at her? I didn't watch it. I just saw it on the feed a little bit, so maybe that's the video.
The second most senior member of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem, needs to come to our committee and answer questions. ICE needs to show their faces.
Why does ICE need to show their faces? I will ask, why in the world does law enforcement need to show their faces? What is the purpose of law enforcement showing their faces?
Show their faces. No more. the second most senior member of Homeland Security.
What is the
Kristi
goal
Noem
here?
Needs to come to our committee and
Sounds
answer
like
questions.
something has
ICE
been
needs to
hidden
show
in
their
Iran,
faces. No more
but
masks
we do not know
like
what
1,800
that is.
bank
Maybe more than
robbers
one.
or Russian KGB agents in the
We don't
streets,
know what it is.
and stop terrorizing families. So what can you do at home? It's No King's Day this Saturday. 2,000 rallies across America. Americans need to show up, because if we don't show up, democracy dies.
So so when you have a vote for an entire country has a vote, okay? They all have a vote. Everybody gets to decide whether they want to vote or not, but they get the opportunity to vote. And when that person who runs on a platform decides to do exactly what he said 50, 60, 70 times he was going to do, wins that election that was held in a democracy where everybody got to vote, had the opportunity to vote, when that person does the things that he ran on, he starts implementing those. Now democracy, now there's a problem with democracy.
Democracy dies.
So democracy dies when you hold an election and that person does the things that he was elected to do. This is the Democrats' definition of democracy dying. What they really want to say is it's democracy dying when they don't win an election. So when the people don't vote for the things that they want them to vote for, then they will impede, they will protest, they will use judicial review, they will do everything in their power to make sure the stuff that the people voted for does not go through. This talking point, I don't understand how this even makes sense to people. A large people buy this. They buy it constantly.
Because if we don't show up,
I think
democracy dies.
Yeah, it just goes right out the window.
Which I don't know if this is from the
And then you want
ICE needs to show their faces.
why are they so undercover cops need to show their faces? I am tired of a bunch of undercover cops and FBI agents out there in gangs not revealing who they are. I am tired of this. What is this argumentation? What is this? So they can get doxxed, and not only can they attack them in the streets, they can also attack their families and their homes? Get the fuck out of here.
Breaking news, Al Jazeera says explosions heard in different areas.
Dude, this stuff makes me so mad. ICE is a tool. They have a job. Police are a tool. They are not human punching bags. They are people with families and homes.
Capital. Breaking news.
It's crazy to watch the Overton window start to shift towards like straight up anarchy. Like, you want to know how pissed people are? When they vote, they win the vote, and then you actively stop them from enacting the things they voted for. That's exactly how you destroy an entire democracy. The actual act of impeding the public will is literally destroying the entire democratic system. You don't have to like what the people voted for, but you have to respect it. Because if you don't, right, like if every time you had a vote at the office or you had a vote anywhere else, and then every time you voted, a bunch of people, like the majority of people voted for something, but the manager every time just did whatever he wanted, like eventually they would just remove the manager.
Their correspondent said.
Did I mute you? Okay. Public servants have to identify anyway, so it shouldn't matter. It shouldn't, but if it's literally for the safety of the officers, like I'm a big intent guy, okay? Like my dad's a lawyer. like I'm big into intent.
N12 News says reportedly Israel continues.
And that because that's how the law's written. It's intent, right? Like what happens with lawyers, like, you know, if you watch like Breaking Bad, like Saul Goodman, is they'll take laws that weren't intended for the situation, but they can weirdly be applied to it. Like this happens a lot, okay? And I hate it, but that's what happens. But the law, if it was like judged on and ruled on appropriately, is based off the intent. Like we wrote this law because it was fixing this problem. It was never intended to fix that problem, right? So what I look for is intent. And the intent for this guy to unmask ICE agents is so people can dox and harass them in their homes. That's literally the intent.
We're bringing you the latest updates here on Agenda Free TV.
And I personally, I don't support it at all.
I really appreciate it.
Not even close. I don't support it.
We just
no way.
Kind of wait and see.
There's, in my mind, there's way too much empathy for the criminals over the victims. I don't know how the Overton window shifted so far into simping for criminals at a rate I've never seen before, by purposely not talking about the secondary effects that has on an entire population. So the 2020, like the Black Lives Matter riots, was defund the police. But if you've actively been in those communities, the last thing the like inner city communities and like law-abiding citizens want in those communities is less police. That's literally the last thing they want. So a bunch of people hijacked this like cause to make those communities massively more, those otherwise like pretty unsafe communities, they wanted to make them more unsafe so that they could feel like a good person, moving the small amount of protection that these people had in those communities. They wanted the police removed. Oh, dude, I need to find it. I think it was in Seattle. There was the protest and they wouldn't move and they were obstructing. And then they're surrounded by a bunch of cops. And then they start calling for a medic. So they're like, fuck the police, fuck ICE, fuck you. Like, go home, pigs. And then they have a medical emergency in there. And then medic, help, medic. Like, it couldn't have been more poetic in my life watching that. I need to find it. It was in a sea of stuff I watched. So literally the exact moment that person needed help, they instantly are calling for medics and cops. Instantaneously. Like it was palpably awkward. Because they all stopped chanting. They all stopped. And the police are standing there like, you've been fighting us literally the entire time, and now you want our help.
By the way, shout out to
and that's why I said, like, nobody believes this stuff. Because as soon as it affects them, they instantly flip. Every single time, instantly.
Fashion Girl, Big Ball of Yarn, Mark HNC.
They want to remove law enforcement from communities, but not their communities.
Paul Anderson, thanks Paul for
they don't want to obey the law, but like when they need the law, they will call them. Like it's so, I said it's so self-centered. It's always around themselves every time.
But we just don't have, we don't have a live stream from there.
I wonder if I can find it. I don't know. I should have clipped it, and made a video out of it. I'm just so busy. Every time. The problem is it was like on like somebody on their phone on YouTube, and then I was watching that. Oh my gosh. I wonder if I can find it off screen.
Tonight.
I thought they were firing again, so I've been leaving it here. Let me check YouTube over here.
Oh, somebody wanted to ask for the brightness up. Yeah, I can turn the brightness up a bit. That might be too bright.
I had been watching and having it in the background for hours when they started calling for a medic. I was like, wait a minute, what happened? I might need to actually do some research and find that, because I don't know if anybody actually saw that enough to put a video together. That's 4 years ago. Yeah, I don't think so. Dude, where's the stuff that they were gonna hit? I wonder if we should watch the Mike Benz thing about how Mike Benz. Cuban Twitter to stir unrest, undermine government. Oh, this is more USAID stuff.
PW360, our viewer, said he heard Barack Ravid, the reporter, say on CNN. Now, I didn't hear this myself. PW360 said he heard Barack Ravid say he thinks Israel might try to take
USAID.
out the Supreme Court.
Oh, here it is.
Look, I mean,
this is the CIA riots guide that got declassified in 2007.
You know,
any riot enjoyers?
Took out a bunch of military leaders in Iran.
This is actually great context for tomorrow. Specific jobs will be assigned to other elements in order to create a martyr for the cause, leading to demonstrators into a confrontation with authorities, so as to provoke riots or shootings which may cause death of one or more persons who would become martyrs. A situation which should be taken advantage of immediately against the regime so as to create greater conflicts. Way of carrying out an uprising in mass meetings. It may be effected by means of small group or guerrillas infiltrated among the masses, those who will have the mission of agitating, giving the impression that they are numerous and that they have extensive popular support. Employing the tactics of a force of 200, 300 agitators, a demonstration can be created in which 10,000 to 20,000 persons take part.
In 1983 to train CIA operatives in the field on how to organize riots in foreign countries. And here's a tab on using agitators, including hiring professional criminals to manipulate mass meetings and assemblies of people in person, which can result in general violence. And you will see that they advocate for general violence, where the CIA tells the case officers, our psychological war team must develop in advance a hostile mental attitude among the target groups so that at the given moment they can turn their anger into violence, demanding the rights taken away by the regime. So make these ethnic minority groups so mad at their government in a general sense that whenever we snap the trigger at the given moment, they will turn that general anger into physical violence against the state that we want to overthrow. But this is a CIA guide on getting teachers, doctors, attorneys, and businessmen in a cluster cell recruited as social crusaders for the CIA-backed cause. And then note what it says. Through a gradual process, these cells, your 10 super teachers with a lot of influence in the teaching realm, your 10 lawyers with a lot of influence in the legal realm, your 10 captains of industry with a lot of influence in business, your 10 medical professionals with a lot of pull over the hospital systems will each work within their own spheres of influence. And at the appropriate time, their influence will be used to fuse the groups together into a united front. Using the tactics of a force of 200 to 300 agitators, one can create a demonstration in which 10,000 to 20,000 could take part. All we need are 200 back channels, 200 human assets that we've capacity built, and we can get 20,000 people to commit a violent riot in a fury of violence against their own government. That's where we are. We're in Nicaragua in 1983.
The how to start a riot
where we seem
guide.
to come back time and time again, right? If you remember, we did a 7-part stream watch of the Octopus murders, which was about Iran-Contra in the early 1980s. We did a 9-part movie watch of the documentary Inside the CIA. We did 3 movie watches. I'm sorry, we did 6 movie watches over 3 episodes of Counterintelligence. Half of them covered 1983 Nicaragua. And one of the reasons
a million
that we
posts.
touch it so much is because it was the last time that we've had substantial declassification of a busted CIA operation. But it was also, because it did go south, and it was busted, and it didn't work, it's an interesting period because 1983 is also the year that the National Endowment for Democracy was founded. And the reorganization of intelligence work, primarily through NGOs, primarily through a mass spawn of cutout organizations under the banner of democracy promotion, got started. So 1983 is sort of a big year in the history of the changing structure of how we do CIA work. But this document was, so it was only declassified 7 years ago. And I'm always surprised at how there's so little press on some of these crazy-ass documents.
Well, you know why.
So I'm going to just read a little bit. It's been some time since I've gone through it. I have some points outlined here, but I'm just going to, here's the index up top. Again, this is for CIA eyes only and State Department and anyone with a security clearance who's on a need to know about an operation on this.
Oh, me. Chat's
and now
on a
we
need to know
civilians
basis.
get to see it. So here's the index. Tab A, interaction with the populace through group dynamics. So these are veteran, CIA operatives writing a...
And people are probably like, well, it's the CIA. Why would we use a CIA manual for this? So the entity, the CIA, whose entire existence is to subvert, obstruct, weaponize, pretty much do by any means necessary things for the U.S. government, poured billions of dollars into research on how to overthrow governments. So you don't think that same type of research could be weaponized against the American people? It doesn't even have to be the CIA that uses this. Like, this would probably be one of the most realistic, effective mechanisms to do this ever, because that's literally the entire CIA's job. So you wouldn't have to be the CIA that uses this, what I would call like a football playbook. Like, if you had a bunch of plays for a football or basketball or whatever team, and they win every year with these plays, well, eventually once you have those plays, you're probably going to do it yourself. So that's why this stuff is incredibly important.
A field guide for people in the shit today on how we do this. And the first one is interaction with the populace through group dynamics. Group dynamics. Tab B, and again, we're coming back to this theme of racial rent-a-riots, identity-based rent-a-riots, how to overthrow governments by getting minority and disaffected fringes to all unite against the central government. Because they're all mad at the government for their own reasons, so they can all be instrumentalized and capacity built with money and training to move against the government. Tab B, armed propaganda as a constructive vehicle for garnering popular support. So notice how garnering popular support is a big part of this. Now you can understand why there's so much CIA media and why media is so important to the CIA. Because you need popular support for the popular movement.
Yep, you do. Duh.
And propaganda is necessary for that.
Yeah, how do
Now,
you make a
here,
thing popular?
In tab C, you'll see it says emphasis on the Christian nature of the guerrilla movement. Now, this is specific to Nicaragua in 1983. At the time, one of the reasons that the Pentagon and the State Department and the CIA created the drug trade in Latin America was because left-wing Marxist groups had been rising to power. Religiously agnostic or atheistic Marxist groups were rising to power
that makes sense.
in Latin America, starting in a big way in the 1950s, alongside Cuba's communist revolution. And they were overthrowing the...
I don't know if I can do that. Paste it in there, maybe. Crap. That's fine.
Just gonna...
I probably should get it off the
zoom,
tube, but
enhance.
I'm already watching to see if anything happens over
There's
here.
a declassified CIA guide written in 1983 to train CIA operatives in the field on how to organize riots in foreign countries. And here's a tab on using agitators, including hiring professional criminals to manipulate mass meetings and assemblies of people in person, which can result in general violence. And you will see that they advocate for general violence. Not gratuitous violence, they say, but general violence. And if you want to just, again, skip to the money shot, which we went over last week, we will literally come to the part where the CIA tells...
You're not very good at it either.
The case officers, our psychological war team must
shit.
develop in advance a hostile mental attitude among the target groups so that at the given moment they can...
2 reported attacks in Tehran. We've reached the tit for tat scenario. I don't know. It's not tit for tat yet because they keep striking back at each other. In order for it to be tit for tat, like somebody would have to not strike back after one, but I understand why they're using it. But I use tit for tat a little bit differently, I guess, than most people because of that video. Slowed it down.
And turn their anger into violence, demanding the rights taken away by the regime, okay? So make these ethnic minority groups so mad at their government, in a general sense, that whenever we snap the trigger for last week, because we
went through that. Oh. Okay, what's this?
Okay. So I think I noted this in my summary. Hold on a second. So this is the preface document. And I'm just going to pull it up on this page. Oh, hold on a second.
He's like me.
Now, this is a document about getting, and they're calling it guerrilla warfare, which is not really a term used as much anymore. Now, you can think of it as paramilitary basically an informal organization with the capacity to exert force in some sort of kinetic way. But that's what rent-a-riots are. Rent-a-riots are paramilitary street muscle.
I forgot about that.
The only difference between a paramilitary and a military is a military is a formal organization, and oftentimes more money, which means they can buy bigger toys, bigger, tanks and Air Force type thing.
Rent-a-riot. I gotta remember that.
But if the State Department and the CIA and USAID and the Pentagon give the paramilitary enough muscle, then they can beat the military. And a great example of this is Mexico. The paramilitary muscle of the Sinaloa cartel is more powerful than the formal military of the government of Mexico, which is why the government of Mexico cannot control the Sinaloa cartel. They have basically separate turfs, and they will occasionally scuffle, but they don't challenge them with giant raids on their compounds because the paramilitary is stronger than the military.
Yep.
Okay. But notice, even though this is about paramilitary activities, just on page 1 of the preface of this CIA psychological operations guide, because, don't lose sight of that. The name of this guide is called Psychological Operations. And psychological operations is about political warfare. I just highlighted all the times in the PSYOPs manual it emphasizes on page 1 the word political. Guerrilla warfare is essentially political war. That's one. For this reason, its areas of operations go beyond the territorial limits of conventional warfare, penetrating the political animal. This is 3 mentions of the word political in the first paragraph alone. It's a political war. The most critical point of the human being is the mind. Once the mind has been reached, the political animal has been vanquished without necessarily receiving any shots. This is your Central Intelligence Agency, ladies and gentlemen. Guerrilla warfare emerges and grows in a political environment, in the constant struggle to dominate that area of the political mentality, which is inherent in every human being. This concept of guerrilla warfare as political war turns psychological operations into the factor that determines the results. The target, then, are the minds of the population, the entire population. Our troops, the enemy troops, and the civil population. Now, I cannot friggin' stress this enough, okay? This is the CIA saying this. And you guys know from the chart we always go over. The CIA is the support unit for the 2 mommy and daddy agencies. Mommy is the State Department, daddy is the Pentagon. And the CIA is like the 14-year-old kid who's young and limber enough to, do a lot of the hard grunt work to help around the farm. Okay? No pun intended with the farm there.
The farm's CIA agency.
Know what I mean by
where
that.
They train all their agents.
So the targets, so here they're saying, listen, we have an in-process operation from the U.S. military to support the paramilitary rebels in Nicaragua to overthrow the government. But you as a case officer understand how we do things. So it's our guys, our rebel paramilitary, against Nicaragua's government military. But in order to win this, we need to control the third variable, which is the entire population of Nicaragua. We need to control the mind of the entire population of Nicaragua in order to win the military objective of the Pentagon, Does this sound familiar? Do you guys remember the Special Forces guide from last week we went over? Where the State Department and the Pentagon wanted to stop China's naval port construction in a Western African country. The African government did an Elon. They said GFY, State Department. So, no does not mean no to the Special Forces. So what they did is they said, okay, government, you're not going to do what we want. We're now going to go to the civil population. They activated their assets in the African workers. They ran a psychological operation through media and social media to inflame racial sentiments against the Chinese, to kick off racial rent-a-riots against the Chinese, to burn down the Chinese businesses, and to have mass boycotts to deprive the Chinese corporations of 60% of their workforce, crushing the African economy. And then they went back to the African government and said, your population is turned against you. We can make this stop. And then the government played ball. But understand what this does. While the CIA thinks it's being cute here, while the Special Forces thinks it's being cute here, that means every single human being who lives in Nicaragua, and as we'll see, around every human being around the world, becomes a casualty in a proxy war being conducted by the PSYOPs team. Because as part of, and we went over some of the structure last week, but as part of this operation,
I think only 1% of people realize that we're in the middle of World War III, which is the misinformation war. And this is part of the playbook. You can either be a casualty in the misinformation war, or you can survive the misinformation warfare. But I don't know how to, I really don't know how to get through to people anymore. Like, they've been so hijacked by these, I guess you would call them PSYOPs, from other foreign corporations and other foreign entities, into burning their own country down. I don't really know how to get through them anymore.
They're going to have hundreds of millions of dollars of media flown in to glorify the Nicaraguan Contras. They're going to run a demonization campaign against the Sandinista government. You're going to have Hollywood movies. You are going to have musical groups. You're going to have art demonstrations at Art Basel in Miami. Putting this hero versus villain arc on a global stage, and you will read it in your Wall Street Journal and your New York Times. The printed lies that are going to you in order to get you to support more war funding and more U.S. aid funding for the Contras, and to influence audiences around the world into joining the pressure campaign against the Nicaraguan government, and to providing their own country's support to the Nicaraguan Contras. So all this damage is done. All of these lies infect the minds of American people because of the necessity, the perceived necessity in the minds of the CIA and the U.S. military of winning a military or paramilitary conflict by controlling the minds of the civilian class.
Yeah, how many people support Ukraine have no idea about what Ukraine even is, where it's at? Just a bunch of people all of a sudden were for Ukraine out of nowhere.
And I really can't stress that point enough. But we'll go
because they were told to be for Ukraine by multiple movements, different avenues. But if you actually ask them why, they have no idea. They just don't know.
By the way, how is the pace of this? Is this okay for you guys?
They only know because other people around them said, we're for it. And the TV told them to be for it. But they don't know internally why they're for Ukraine.
Let me know any feedback in the chat.
Russia's bad. I'm for
Is this
Ukraine.
too heavy,
Okay.
the energy? Because we're like just getting started. I don't want to. I want to make this like. I feel like last week was really fun. Okay. Pace's food. Oh man, I should order food. Okay. What happened to the music? You guys can't hear the music? I can hear the music. I just turned it up a little bit.
What time is it? 8 o'clock? Okay.
Okay, so as we talked about, this book is a guerrilla training manual for psychological operations as it is applied to the specific case of the Christian and Democratic crusade being conducted in Nicaragua by the Freedom Commandos. Okay. So now let's get into the contents. Okay, introduction, propagandist, guerrilla. We need to come up with a different way because I want you guys to translate this into, because guerrilla is not really a term that's used as much anymore because guerrilla implies
been gone
military.
More than 5 minutes. Yeah, but Steve is just watching.
The way things have moved.
These other, I don't know where to get these cams from. I should be much better at doing this, but like this is like years and years of being able to set stuff up on the fly. But I'm not seeing anything for Iran stuff right now, so he probably just took a break. But he has been gone more than 5 minutes. With the thing that's going to happen tomorrow, this is like required viewing. Like, I need to go through it again. Because I think tomorrow we're about to see literally this entire playbook play out. That is my gut feeling. They're trying to get as many people on the streets as possible to destroy a bunch of shit. Hold on. I'm just going to listen to it here.
Since 1983 is that we don't say we're supporting guerrillas. We say that we're supporting resistance movements. Oppressed resistance movements. So I'm just going to use the word resistance instead of guerrilla. We'll say rebels. Propagandist resistance combatants. Armed propaganda teams. Development and control of front organizations. Oh no! AKA CIA cutouts. Okay? So, there's a whole tab on how to develop. And what does develop mean? Say the words. What is international development? What is regional development? What is local development? 2 words. What is that? Come on. Somebody's got it. Capacity building, exactly. Now notice, and this is something that's subtle, but just so you guys learn the language of CIA speak. Development of front organizations. So that is what development is, guys. Again, everything that you see that the State Department does, or USAID does, or the National Endowment for Democracy does, they call it development. International development, regional development, local development. It's just capacity building their front organizations. That's all it is. Anytime you see $1 of US aid on development, it is building up an asset. But there are 2 challenges in order to have an asset be effective. They have to be capacity built, i.e. developed, and they have to be controlled. Because if you capacity build an organization, a university center, a pop-up journalism outlet, a local newspaper, a local hospital system, a local NGO, a gun store in the area. You give them money, and it's implied they'll do what you say, but what if they don't? You need to have a liaison who is able to exert control. And this is where you start getting into the division of labor between the CIA and the State Department. Okay? Okay.
Well, I haven't seen this. I like that thing.
How do I enlarge this? Okay, well, this is fine. So, coming back to our trifecta here, and again, USAID is right in the middle of all three of these. So, in exerting soft power in order to create rent-a riots, the Department of Defense will spend hundreds of millions doing hearts and minds work, i.e. psychological operations. The State Department, both directly but also through USAID and through the National Endowment for Democracy, will capacity build a network of soft power assets, and the CIA or a CIA front will liaise and work with the State Department's capacity built network. Okay? That's how all these work in harmony. So when this slide says development and control of front organizations, development means the State Department and USAID and the NED.
It controls the CIA.
And Internews and all the other, and the 10,000 State Department NGOs that will coordinate that development. And control is going to be done directly or indirectly through CIA, meaning back channeling. Okay?
A lot of the human intel, the people that actually have
the
to do
State Department has the money to build it up, and the CIA, the State Department doesn't want to directly control a front organization, because that's a massive scandal if it gets caught, because that has direct fingerprints of the U.S. government. But the CIA's job is plausible deniability. So if it's a CIA back channel, it's not a formal act of diplomacy of the U.S. You can say, oh, they went rogue, they weren't supposed to do that. And again, the CIA's job is to create 7 layers of shell companies and pass through intermediaries in order to do that back channel. And again, I will stress this. That is why the literal book, the autobiography of the current CIA director, Bill Burns, is called The Back Channel. I'm in the middle of reading it right now, by the way. It's like my walk to Dunkin' Donuts audiobook in my ear right now. Very interesting, I should note. I want to do kind of like a book report at the end. But this guy, Bill Burns, is the head of our CIA. And his book title is called The Back Channel. And the whole thing is a memoir of all the back-channeling that's done in diplomacy work, okay? So, getting back to this, development of front organizations is done by the State Department, USAID, National Endowment for Democracy, the NGO swarm. And the back-channeling is done through intelligence. So you have that 1-2 punch, so that you build them up to be effective, and they don't go rogue. They do what you say. All right, let's get back to it. Okay. Oh, this one's good. Control of the masses and meetings.
Uh-oh.
It's really good. This is a great one from what I remember. Grassroots massive support through psychological operations.
Steve is eating. He'll be back after.
Grassroots. There's nothing says grassroots more than the CIA literally pre-planning it all through a psychological operation. But of course, what they're saying here is
grassroots.
How do you get the thing to take on a life of its own? Through first giving it a shove through our soft power team. How do we get a grassroots support for Black Lives Matter? To destabilize a Trump administration. How do we get grassroots support for the Uyghur ethnic minority group in China? How do we get grassroots support in Myanmar for the Rohingya ethnic group struggle against the military junta? And so this section that we'll go over is like, how do you get the thing to take on a life of its own after setting them up to believe that in the first place? So let's crack into it. And again, I literally outlined this like 7 years ago. And I did a cursory in the syllabus. I did like a cursory thing of a few things that I was looking for. But I feel like there's a lot of good stuff that I just that I missed like while skimming. So I might cheat a little bit and like read it as I go, and then just make note of the things that I had already put in my guide here. Hold on, let me catch up on the chat here. One sec. Hold on, I'm just catching up on chat, so I'm just letting the music ride a little bit while I do. Let's see. Is anyone? Back channel. Poop shit. It's funny. Confidential informants. Bill Burns. Bill Burns was born on Fort Bragg? Is that true? He was born on Fort Bragg? Oh, that is wild.
Oh, doxing federal officers and agents is against the law. Yep. It's the entire point of demasking.
Okay. And can you guys see this, by the way, at like this, at this zoom level? You can see this on the page? I think so. Interesting. The aim of this book is to introduce the resistance student to psychological operation techniques. The nature of the environment in resistance movements does not allow sophisticated psychological operations, and it becomes necessary for the group, detachment, and squadron leaders to carry out, with minimal direction from the upper echelons, psychological action operations with the contacts who know the realities from the roots. Propagandist resistance movements. In order to obtain the maximum results, you have to be highly motivated to engage in propaganda face-to-face to the same degree the motivated to fight. That means that the political awareness... Okay, hold on a second. Okay, teaching people to be persuasive in face-to-face communications, that he's capable of giving 5 to 10 logical reasons to support the struggle. Okay. Armed propaganda includes every action performed, and the good impression which this armed force may give will result in the population having a positive attitude towards those forces. Does not include forced indoctrination. Armed propaganda improves the behavior of the population towards its author and is not achieved by force. This means that an armed resistance unit in a rural town will not give the impression that its weapons are a force that they hold over the peasants, but rather that they are the strength of the peasants against the repressive Nicaraguan government. This is achieved through a close identification with the population as follows. Hanging up the weapons, and this is a little bit specific to Nicaragua in 1983. So again, I'm sort of reading this, skimming this as I go because I want to emphasize different points, but I'm just trying to see if there's anything relevant here. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. Okay, so rolling out simple slogans.
What's going on here?
And adopting the demands of the people for hospital and education, a reduction of taxes, etc. Now, this is really interesting because, again, if we pop open our Transition Integrity Project, This is the Rent a Riot guide that Rosa Brooks from the U.S. military under Obama and Nils Gilman from the Berggruen Institute under Reid Hoffman and 6 U.S. military, intelligence, national security, and political operatives, including Donna Brazile and Michael Steele, the former heads of the RNC and DNC, and John Podesta, role-playing Joe Biden personally, conducted in June 2020 and then wrote a report on in August 2020. And you'll see that it literally says in the report, a show of numbers. Let me move this over a little bit. A show of numbers in the streets and actions in the streets may be the decisive factor in determining what the public perceives as a just and legitimate outcome. So again, this is military CIA networks in cahoots with both the Never Trump Republicans and the head of the recent head of the Democrat National Committee, saying that in a close election, what we're going to really need are people in the streets taking action in the streets in order to convince the public that Trump didn't win the election, even if he did. During Transition Integrity Project's exercise, Team Biden almost always called for and relied on mass protests to demonstrate the public's commitment to a legitimate outcome. As a practical matter, however, participants in the exercise know that racial justice activists and others will likely act independent of the campaign. Players repeatedly caution these social movements are independent, not beholden to or a tool of the Democratic Party. Their support or Biden's ability to mobilize them cannot be taken for granted. And because that was not robustly tested,
grassroots, by the way,
because the exercise did not just assumed that BLM would take to the streets for the Biden campaign, they called for, between June and November, for the participants in the military and intelligence world and in politics to test BLM's likely receptivity to a, quote, Biden call to take to the streets and the Biden campaign's ability to control these actors once mobilized. Remember, development and control. Remember how much money BLM got to capacity build the organization between June and November. If anything, and again, these are not random people saying this. This is the Undersecretary of Defense with a CIA blue badge, with John Podesta and Donna Brazile and Bill Kristol and Michael Steele and 6 others. We only know about 12 of them, but they said there were about 60 to 70 people across the military, intelligence, political, and civil society fields who were all part of this fucking political event 201. And that says, if anything, the scale of the recent demonstrations, i.e. BLM, has increased the stakes for the Democrat Party to build strong ties with BLM and be responsive to the movement's demands between now and the election. So let's go back to the CIA guide. And remember, Rosa Brooks had a CIA blue badge and literally teaches courses at Georgetown on democratization, how to overthrow governments. So the CIA says, hey, it's us against a regime we want to topple, but we need to control the hearts and minds of the civil population to assist us and to go against the regime. So everybody else's mind becomes a casualty of a mind war being waged. And one of the things the CIA guide calls for is for the resistance movement, even though it has no interest in the demands of the people that it's stashing weapons near, that they should tell people that they are adopting the demands about hospitals and education, reducing taxes, so that the people will join the fight against the government or will see them sympathetically. Be receptive to their demands, the CIA says, even though it has nothing to do with our war, but we just want them on our side. And what did the CIA guide say in 2020 in case Trump won the election? Because Biden will need to call BLM out to take to the streets, and the Biden campaign needs the ability to control BLM once it's mobilized on the streets. In the meantime, we should spend the next 5 months.
Almost nobody knows that, like, if Trump had won the election in 2020, they plan to do the exact same thing they're doing tomorrow.
Being responsive to the movement's demands, giving them what they want.
Doesn't matter if it's democratically elected. It doesn't matter at all. The will of the people doesn't matter at all.
He goes on to say, large base building groups on the progressive side will need to anchor this strategy. This is again the 2020 Domestic Color Revolution Guide, published by the Transition Integrity Project under Rosa Brooks. Large base building groups on the progressive side will need to anchor this strategy, but their success will likely depend on supporting and resourcing new and emerging racial justice leaders, many of whom are not affiliated with formal institutions and coalitions. So this is CIA Blue Badge holder Rosa Brooks in a role-play simulation with John Podesta, Hillary Clinton's campaign manager, and now in charge overseeing $375 billion of climate slush funds in the White House as we speak. Right as the riots break out in May 2020, they hold this tabletop exercise in June 2020 and say, we need these racial rent-a-riots of aggrieved racial justice groups as our little pawns to use to make Trump look like a dictator, to destroy the American economy, to take to the streets, to shut down federal buildings, to burn police precincts, until the population says, oh my God, we just want peace. Give them what they want. Trump, get out. You're not the legitimate president, even though you won the Electoral College. And what they literally call for,
the whole fucking point, bro,
is they say, listen, we can't 100% control BLM now, but to anchor this strategy,
make it so painful for the entire population that they're just like, okay, like, I don't want to deal with this anymore. Like, just get them out of there.
What if we pay them a shitload of money? What if we support BLM and resource new and emerging racial justice leaders? What if we get little puppets on our payroll, and because they're dependent on us for money and they're happy with how much we bribed them with, they will be responsive to a call to take to the streets? And notice they even complain about Trump's ability to use DHS to have the National Guard suppress the racial justice protesters. Oh, God. Where does that sound familiar? And remember, just now, this same group at Georgetown is trying to do legal measures to prevent Trump, if he becomes president, from being able to use the National Guard against destructive riots. You can look all that up. I don't want to waste more time on it, but you know, that's all like publicly reported in the news as of 3 weeks ago. So just note how closely the domestic CIA...
People are so stupid. If people just... It's not that the people are stupid. I mean, they are, but I don't know, man. I feel like if most people knew the playbook, that they wouldn't buy into it, but I don't know. But like, once you understand the playbook, everything makes incredible sense.
Veteran group plans its color revolution tactics against Trump with the formal CIA guide for how to do this against foreign countries. Let me just catch up on the chat real quick. Okay, cool. Okay. Okay, this is weapon specific, so I'm gonna skip a little bit. Okay. Development and control of front organizations. How funny is this? By the way, I'm super hungry right now. I'm like friggin' starved. I kind of want to order some food. Do you guys mind? I normally make eggs around this time, but I kind of feel like maybe I can order some Chipotle. Did you guys see this thing? By the way, let me just take like a comedy break for a second while I order some food. Did you guys see this Chipotle thing? The Chipotle CEO. He's the Starbucks. What is his work day? Twitter. You guys see this? This is wild. Hold on a second here.
Yeah, the CEO of Twitter. I think that was last year. They went over to. They got bought out or like paid to move over to try to fix Starbucks.
How can I?
I don't know what he's referring to though.
Without showing my other stuff. If someone can find it and post it and post the link in the chat, I have it in my bookmarks, but I don't want to like reveal all my bookmarks on screen. Whatever. Okay, hold on a sec. Let me just order my Chipotle.
3 in the morning in Tel Aviv.
Okay. Let's see. Orders. I really want pizza.
4 or 5.
But I gotta be good.
Probably 6 in Iran.
You gotta be good, Benzie. Pizza would be so good right now. Pizza with some pineapple. That's what I had last night. I had a pineapple cocktail. I'm a sucker for pineapple. It's so sweet. Reminds me of Hawaii. Okay. Order has been placed. The Contrarian says, I'm sure they have transition integrity project for 2024. Yeah, we went over it last week. You guys are not caught up on your homework. We literally went over it last week. It's right here. It was published 3 weeks ago. It was Rosa Brooks. Here you go. You want to see it? Boom. In the chat. Oh my God, I'm so hungry. I'm so hungry. This is the thing when I work out.
Delicious flavor. I'm glad you approve.
Every fiber
this guy's
in my
super
body is
smart.
Like, feed the machine.
He's done so much more work than I have looking into stuff, and then he worked at the State Department. So I'm surprised they haven't tried to kill him. I'm going to be honest. I think because the system knows that most people don't look into anything. So.
All right, X out of this.
I guess I was blessed in a way
we're so back.
To always be relatively skeptical.
We are so back.
And look into things, but that's just not how most people are.
Development and control of front organizations. The development and control of front organizations is carried out through internal, subjective, concealed control. Through group meetings of the internal cadres.
I wonder if I can. Here. And one of the first red flags was this. Google Trends. Is how things just come out of nowhere. Like trend-wise. Like fashion. Like this is fashionable, all of a sudden something else is fashionable, something else is fashionable. Like the news cycles, like all of a sudden everybody's fine in the streets, and then all of a sudden there's a huge issue. And then all of a sudden there's nothing, and all of a sudden there's a huge issue. This looks weird. Maybe I have to whiten it. I don't know. Trans. This is United States. 2004 to present. Whoop. The Black Lives Matter movement. Out of nowhere. So this is just like people Googling the term, looking for the term, looking for stuff. It literally spikes in June of 2020, which he was going over some of that paperwork, and then it's fallen off a cliff. So they enacted their little psyop. They pulled the trigger on this, funded it, pushed it out to the public, and then once it was done, it eventually dropped off, and there's nothing ever again. Dictator. What happened in May 2012? May 2012. I was in the military. Yeah, I don't know. Dictator. Democracy. But this would make sense every like this would cycle. So this would make sense every election year. What's a term being thrown around a ton? Fascist. Oh, would you look at that? The same thing for Black Lives Matter, but for fascists. That's crazy. How does that work? Dang, it's only the same time in 2020 as it spikes there. And then, wow, it spiked right at the election. Man, that's crazy. Oh, man, look at that. Boom. Just a massive fucking spike on that. That's crazy. Man, how does that happen? Just randomly the population starts getting super interested in it? That's crazy. How does that work? What's another one? Oh, shit. I don't deal with these terms a lot because I don't care, but... I mean, I care in this context, but, like, I'm not fascinated by them by people that have been hijacked. I can't even think of any more. What was that Wall Street one? Occupy. Occupy Wall Street. Boop. Boom, done. Another just massive, massive fucking spike on it, and then nothing ever again. Uh-oh. The live ended. That's just the one that he was looking at, though. I don't know if they're going to do anything. I don't see much more. And I'm sure there's no riots today because they've scheduled the riots for tomorrow.
And these elements apply to the masses. Established citizens. Doctors.
Can't you see? Explore what the United States is searching for right now. Oh, that's probably why they stuck that in there. Is there a way? I just kind of randomly poking here. This is fast. Oh, trending now. There we go. Chipotle temporary tattoos, buy one get one free. Karen retrial, yeah, that makes sense. Thunder versus Pacers, Yankees, Michael Rappaport, Traders, Barry Sanders. Palestine. That's actually a good one. Where is Palestine? Topic. Oh man, would you look at that? Holy shit. Instantly, people are instantly crazy about Palestine. Look at that. Boom. Look at that. Just boop. Like, once you look at the data, it's so obvious. There's no grassroots fucking rise up thing. It's like literally fed to people. They buy it. And then it drops off a cliff. So don't be mad if you get hijacked by that. Just learn from it. That's all. Lego. Ukraine. Oh, sheesh! Look at that! Ukraine! Boop! Oh, man. This is why people frustrate me. Like, will you just debate me on this stuff? I'm like, this stuff's not even real, dude. Like, why am I going to debate you about Ukraine when you've been psyoped into you, like, just supporting Ukraine and you don't even know why? Like, where you've been psyoped into just... Boop! You've just been like, out of nowhere, everybody crazy about Ukraine, everybody's crazy about Palestine, out of just fuck it. Nobody goes, where did this come from? No Cotton Eye Joe moment, no. Those are really good ones. Ukraine, Palestine. I mean, I don't know if Trump's going to do it because that's actually, yeah, that's way more organic because of the election stuff. There was no PSYOP there that I'm aware of. Drones. Remember the drone thing? Drones! Drones. I'm surprised democracy. Maybe attack and democracy? I mean, that's been a constant theme since... You'll notice that... Boop, drops, boop, drops. Primary. Jan 2021, right? J6. Is that the same for democracies or just attack? Oops. Oh no, because I looked at democracy. Yeah, attack has a natural trend line, right? Like, and democracy has one as well. Right? It has a natural here. But as soon as you do attack, boop, 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 it just become more and more an attack on democracy. What's another one? Steve back? Okay. Well, but the thing came back though. Reports it. Wait. This is live. 3:15. Okay. God. I've dealt with this stuff so much. Ooh. Peaceful protest. Bam. Same thing in 2020. Remember that? Black Lives Matter riots? Look at that. Peaceful protest. You guys are going to be so smart. Look at that. Peaceful protest. The same thing as Ukraine. The same thing as Palestine. Just organic, out of nowhere, peaceful protest. And look how it spiked. It's in the middle of spiking right here. Just boop. Undocumented. Boop, 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 boop. Is that right? It doesn't look like I spelled it right, I'm going to be honest. You can do it by... Now, illegal immigration has like actual trend lines in here. Because that's like an actual topic. That hasn't been like necessarily like... It's been hijacked a little bit, but it still has... It still has data in it. It's not a flatline, boop, flatline, right? Like, there are spikes in here for sure. But it looks totally different than like Palestine, right? This chart for like illegal immigration, interest in the U.S., by the way, does not at all look like this. Not even close. Totally different looking graph. Like election. Right? Like election's only going to be a search term like right during an election, obviously. Right? Like there's obviously going to be super focused interest on it during the scheduled time that it always has focused interest on it. Literally during the October, November. So like when you see this, like not natural, oh, tariff. That one probably, well, yeah, that's a good idea. It's T-A-R-I-F-F, I'm pretty sure. This has interest though. So the other ones are flatline, but this has a natural thing here, and obviously, like if it didn't have this spike, this would look a lot more natural because it's pulling this down visually. If that makes sense. I guess you could say the same thing the other one, but the other ones were zeros, not ones. But like people had talked about tariffs before, right? 2018. And obviously when Trump decided, like, this was an announcement. This wasn't like natural people were just on Twitter talking about it or something. Like, this was a government announcement of something. So this one makes sense. Constitution? Yeah, Constitution is like one of those that's like people talk about it a lot, right? No king. In the middle of massively spiking. Dictator. I guess I did look that one up. What the fuck happened in May of 2012? Oh, is this the one I'm playing on? Yeah, let's not do that one. What big event happened in May 2012? I was still in the military, so I don't know. Oh, was that the tsunami day? Was the massive Japan tsunami in then? Japan shut down nuclear reactors, leaving the country without nuclear power for the first time in 1970. Huh, I don't know what big event made dictators spike in 2012. There's a Syria thing here, but maybe if the CIA was running a psyop on trying to get the American population to support troops in the Syrian civil war, maybe. I think maybe that's what was going on. as they were calling Assad a dictator. That's my best general guess. Because we have the massacre in Syria perpetrated by the Syrian army resulting in the deaths of a bunch of people, and then the Syrian civil war. There was a whole red line thing or something. Oh, I remember some stuff with Obama. That's the only reason I could think dictator, because they were constantly hammering the word dictator around Assad. Not saying he was or wasn't, but they were definitely hammering that fucking narrative the whole time. I'm like 90% sure. I'm like 90% sure the reason the word dictator. So this is the United States. This is just in the U.S. So I could go worldwide. Yeah. The trend's the same. No king. So this is the worldwide trend. And this is the United States trend. So it pretty much trends the same. So like the trend is literally the same across the board. So if we do Black Lives Matter. This is the United States. And this is worldwide. Right, same irrational spike in there, right? So there was clearly other factors. Well, what was the one I was gonna do again? Let's do tariff again. Yeah, so it spiked worldwide as well, which would make sense because it was a worldwide event. United. Yeah, with social media campaigns, this makes a lot of sense because it would flood the other stuff too. Okay, that makes sense. Wall Street. Boop. Bunch here. Oh, that's worldwide. United. $2011. Okay, yep.
Everyone becomes an instrument of statecraft. I mean, just look at this. A second. Can't get the zoom right.
Just gotta educate the population so they don't get uneducated by other people.
Okay. Established citizens, doctors, attorneys, businessmen, teachers, etc., will be recruited initially as social crusaders in typically innocuous movements, mostly harmless movements in the area of operations.
Mostly peaceful.
When their involvement with the clandestine organization is revealed to them, this exerts psychological pressure on them so that they can be used as internal cadres in groups to which they already belong or groups which they could join. Then, through a gradual and skillful process, they will receive instruction in persuasion techniques for the control of target groups, which will support our democratic revolution. A system for the control of cells isolates individuals from one another, and at the appropriate moment, their influence is used to fuse the groups together into a united national front. And again, note that use of the phrase "at the appropriate moment." Note how many times we're seeing in this structuring guide that it's about development and control of a capacity. And this is why we call it capacity. It means, capacity just means the ability to do something. It doesn't mean doing it. Now, a dozen times on stream, I've been over the inauguration of organized political warfare in 1948. Oh, wow, there's a super chat here. Mike's Dinner Fund from Susan. Susan Hooling? Hooling, am I saying that right? Susan Hooling? Thank you so much. Wow. All right. Appreciate that, Susan. That will definitely cover the Chipotle. Comfortably. Quite comfortably. So this is why we call it capacity building. First of all, it sounds a lot nicer than asset
That's why they have to use the qualifier mostly. If there's ever a qualifier in front of something, I instantly throw it out. Mostly peaceful. I just instantly
overthrowing
throw
the
it
government.
out. Another good one's politically correct. So it's because it's not correct, they have to put the qualifier politically. That's why it's called politically correct, because you can't use the word correct. Because it's not correct. It's just politically correct.
It means we have built the capacity to do it in case we ever need to or want to.
What the fuck? This chat's going crazy over here.
At the appropriate moment. But where we don't want to be stuck.
What's going on?
Is not having the capacity.
Oh, maybe because I'm on the other screen. It's catching
an emergency moment being needed, but we can't pull it off because we don't have the capacity in place. And let me just pull this up so you guys are reminded. I know we've been over this document. We literally line by lined it on a stream like 10 streams ago.
I need to see that stream. I haven't seen it.
It's just so, it's like, you know, one of the most important declassified papers of all time, in my view. So again, this is one of the CIA's godfathers, George Kennan, famously penned the long telegram. But one of his lesser known works, which is frankly far more interesting and important, is this document that he wrote 12 days after the U.S. rigged the Italian election. Stuffing ballot boxes, working with the Italian mafia, working with the Vatican Bank to launder money, tens of millions of dollars, to pull off a come-from-behind victory against the socialist presidential candidate in the first Italian election after World War II. Was Vanilla Sky about heroin? No. You're thinking that movie about Coney Island with Jared Leto. What am I thinking? Mind. What is that movie about heroin with Jared Leto or Jude Law? What is it? You guys know what I'm talking about. That was a good movie. That had a crazy soundtrack. Okay. And this document in 1948 is called The Inauguration of Organized Political Warfare. And this is a memo saying, listen, we just created the CIA. We just pulled off our first regime change operation. It went awesome. We need to do this everywhere. This should not have been... No, it wasn't Train Spotting. It was a different one. We need to do this everywhere.
I'm sure I went for a dream, I'm pretty sure.
Not just in Italy. We need to inaugurate organized political warfare to control elections in every country around the world. And we need to overcome the American people's resistance.
I'm way better at reading chat than Mike is. But to be fair, his chat's much bigger, so.
Because the American...
He's not really a streamer, so. It is cool that he does stream some of this, which is awesome for YouTube, though.
People are hamstrung.
Otherwise, I would have no idea.
We've been handicapped by a popular attachment to the concept of a basic difference between peace and war.
We give some shit, but...
By the tendency to view war as a sort of sporting contest outside of all political context. And the reluctance to recognize the realities of international relations. Requiem for a Dream, that's what I was thinking. Yep. So...
It was a good movie, though.
We just rigged this election in Italy. But it was really close. We scrambled it together at the last minute. This is what George Kennan says. Now, notice how he proposes it be structured, okay? We need a propaganda operation. We need clandestine support for political movements in every country around the world. And political warfare should be directed and coordinated by the Department of State. Again, this is the godfather of the CIA, saying the CIA needs to do this, what we just did in Italy, much more aggressively around the world because this went so well. Of course, the State Department our CIA work will be coordinated with the Department of State. They will do the overt side, and we at CIA will do the covert side.
Overt, visible, covert, hidden.
Now look what he says here, okay? Having assumed...
Like, overt's the stuff people can see. They may not know what they're seeing, but they can see it. But covert is like, nobody can see it.
Greater international responsibilities than ever before in our history. This is in 1948. We cannot afford...
So it's like the CIA's job to find, like, human assets in other countries to pretty much pull off these operations. Like, you need physical people there and physical entities to get this done in foreign countries that aren't American. So they go and find people that can pull this off for them, that are willing to go against that country's best interest against usually their national state, which is crazy work to be able to do it, which is why the CIA is so effective, right? They're able to get like a Chinese national to go against the Chinese, able to get like a French operative to go against the French, right? And then other countries, getting an American, nationalized American citizen to go against Americans. But that's like one of the main jobs of the CIA is to go through, like, it's like the State Department is the business, but you need somebody to run the business. And so the CIA finds the human people, the human capital to pull it off.
Or to leave unmobilized our resources for covert political warfare.
So just like the riots tomorrow, like you can get the entire, like, a segment of the population to buy into this, so that they can unwillingly be part of like a massive demonstration. And then you need 300 to 400 other people spread out amongst the riots to be agitators, to get a bunch of these people unknowingly participating in a riot.
For clandestine.
So like the State Department would be like the entity to run like a propaganda campaign like in another country to get people like, oh, we're part of this cause for the people. So kind of like tomorrow, it'll be we have this like cause for the people. So the cause right now is like the No King thing. So a bunch of people, like they've been able to, whoever's doing it's been able to sign up a segment of the population to think they're under a dictatorship, that they're being massively suppressed, that they're fighting for this cause. So you'll get a bunch of people that have bought the PSYOP out in the streets, and then you'll get what would be like a CIA level, operatives. I'm not saying it's necessarily CIA, but it's just the example of agitators and people that are like there to make sure the crowd gets agitated and mad. They have the Molotov cocktails and the bricks and the things that they need to rile up this and piss them off enough to start destroying shit. That way the mass population of people says this is ridiculous. They either buy the thing, or they say I just want the thing to stop, so like don't do the thing. Like they're trying to be violent to get their way is really what it comes down to. Trying to get enough people inconvenienced and mad that like that they do what they want instead of what the people voted for.
Control over the hearts and minds.
That's the entire purpose
of every citizen on Earth. We cannot afford in the future, in perhaps more serious political crises, to scramble into impromptu covert operations as we did at the time of the Italian elections. Zoom, enhance. You guys all see this? We cannot afford in the future, in perhaps more serious political crises, to scramble into impromptu covert operations as we did at the time of the Italian elections. Meaning we need the capacity in place already, even if we like a country's government. We need to have a resistance movement in place. We need to have capacity built then by taking U.S. citizens' income taxes and paying to put foreign churches, foreign universities, foreign trade labor unions, foreign hospital workers, foreign agriculture workers, foreign media organizations on U.S. payroll under the banner of development work and working through a back channel to maintain control over the course of their direction and deployment of those resources, so that we don't need to scramble into overthrowing that government if we need it. We need to already have it in place everywhere in case we need it anywhere. Because this was a real close one, because we had to scramble these networks together. I'm trying to impress on you why this term capacity building is so important and why that sort of esoteric phrase is how we describe these things. Because you build, you develop, you build the capacity of a front group, front organization, front company, front, religious group. You maintain a back channel for control. And it's activated at the given moment. Doesn't mean it immediately is used as an asset.
It's like a sleeper cell. Like if you have like a terrorist sleeper cell, like it's just in the country in case you need it. So this is like the political version of a sleeper cell. Like in case the government needs it, it's already there for them to activate. So if you need an impromptu, well, it feels impromptu. You just had the capacity to do it. It's like we have, I have 5 people at work. Like maybe a bouncer. Maybe a bouncer's a good thing. Well, I don't know if that's a good one. And I don't know if I could think of a preventative thing. Like some of this stuff probably doesn't make sense to some people, which is fine. Like it makes sense to me because I've dealt with it, but like a sleeper cell is probably the best thing. Is you have a bunch of terrorists training, planning. They're sitting in communities, and they're waiting for a call. The call may never come, but they're waiting for it. So the capacity is them sitting ready to do the thing that they were trained to do. That is the capacity. So like the CIA does this in countries everywhere, that they have the mechanisms they need in case they need to, like they have a lever to pull. We need to overthrow this government, but we don't have any sleeper cells there at all. So this is them talking about putting in the structure beforehand, so in case they need it, they have the capacity, the availability to do the thing, whatever that is.
It's not necessarily
like these protests tomorrow don't just like show up. Like they're massively funded and massively coordinated. They take lots and lots of money and lots of time and coordination to do. I bet these things would have happened before the election or right after the election, but they needed to build the capacity and time to get it done. Because like if the Democrats, I guess, or the left would have won, they wouldn't need any of the capacity to do this. Which is why for like a lot of the public, it probably feels like the Trump administration is always chaotic, and they want you to feel like that on purpose. Whereas like a Democrat fucking president feels much more calm. Like it's like that's just I like looking at people's stuff. that don't know what's going on, I can tell that's like the general thing. It's like, how come every time when Trump's in office, there's a massive problem? And how come when Biden's in office, we don't have all these problems? Right? That's the general soft power kind of psyop that these affect on the population.
Merely an asset, it's a capacity. And at the given moment, it will be converted into an asset being used. You guys following? I don't mean to keep, like, you know, beating this point home, but this is the language, and I want you guys to understand why we use this language, because we have another 50 years together, unless they get me. And we're going to be saying this a lot, so we're still getting to know each other. I wouldn't say this is our first date, but, you know, we've been out a couple times. Things are going well. I kind of like you guys. I think you might kind of like me too. I don't know.
Yeah, what's up, Brooke?
So,
sorry for the dot.
This is just a little know your robot. KYC. So this is really, really important.
Dude, speaking of robots, hold on. I'm going to pause this for a second. Oh, dude, am I ever going to be able to find it? I don't want to get rid of that. Robot fish. Oh, that's from 2018. Fuck, I should have saved it. I knew it. Other fish follow, maybe? I don't know. What was from Swiss researchers built a robot fish that other fish will follow. Oh, I guess from 2000. There was another advancement on this, though. Fish follow robot. The search bar for this isn't great. It's just going to pull posts with the words in it, though, I'm pretty sure. I don't know. I should have saved it. Oh, well.
Get back to this, okay? Established citizens, doctors, attorneys, businessmen, teachers will be recruited into social crusaders for the political group the CIA is promoting to topple the government in a paramilitary.
Don't forget, like, this is a top secret CIA document that's been declassified. So this isn't like some rambling on fucking Reddit or Twitter. Like, these are the top intelligence agencies, directors, and operatives writing a playbook on how to do this. And that playbook's been, now this was from, 30 years ago, because there's, like, with classified information, there's a law with classified information. Let me see. What's the law for declassify? Oh, it's fine. Let's get it. Of classified material. There's a law that you're supposed to oh my god. I don't know why that one's not working. I'll just stick it in there. The classification of classified material in the United States is primarily governed by Executive Order 13526, whatever. Okay, classified records of permanent historical value are automatically declassified after 25 years. So if you're like, well, why the fuck would they declassify something like this if it literally tells them exactly how they do stuff? Well, this is part of the reason why. Unless an exemption applies. Information that could harm national security. They conduct a systematic review over 25 years old. Agency heads, senior officials can declassify information to the public interest and disclosure outweighs potential harm. But the officials get to decide whether it's harmful national security, and they can say pretty much whatever they want. The president has declassification authority. Now there's other stuff that never gets declassified, like higher things, but I still think it goes under review. But yeah, but that's why you have this thing from like 1980 playbook on how to topple a government, and the playbook and how the entire thing works from the 80s declassified in 2007. They eventually approved it.
Carry action.
And that, I mean, that's what this thing is.
Each of those individuals will remain in their own sphere of influence to bring other people in the hospital systems and in the healthcare.
They did this with COVID, right? They had 10 doctors, 10 businessmen, 10 teachers, whatever it was in the system that people was like, oh, a doctor said this. Oh, an attorney said this. A car alert? Yeah, we're going through classified info. Don't look at it. What's up, Ham? So this is why this stuff's really effective, is because, like, if you do your due diligence, I guess. Oh, shit. Hold on. We got to wait till he leaves. And you're like, well, this PhD doctor said it. They did. They're just sitting on the PSYOP payroll. So, like, when people give me stuff and they're like, well, look, a doctor said it. It's like, there's way more to it than just a doctor saying it. This is the little CIA playbook on how to do this.
Ecosystems. Into an alliance.
And so this actually almost counters what I do. Like, I'm just aware it happens. I was like, well, a lawyer said it and a doctor said it, and they're two different entities that don't touch each other. So that must mean it has a higher likelihood to be true. But the CIA is well aware of that. So doctors, attorneys, businessmen, as many people that are trusted in their fields as possible.
For the CIA-backed political...
Because if you were to be the one that's like, that's not true, then you have all these people to pseudo disprove you. So then you look like a fucking kook and an idiot. You're like, well, all the experts say this, so.
Group.
Which is like literally the entire point, which is why it's part of the CIA playbook to do this.
Attorneys will exert influence on the other attorneys in the country, the national lawyers guilds in the country, the bar associations in the country, the courts in the country, to get them to support the political resistance group being backed by the CIA. The businessmen will keep being businessmen, but they will exert their influence to bring other captains of industry across the industrial sectors in the country or in their particular industry to align like a magnet in support for the CIA-backed resistance.
DEI worked like this a lot too, right? DEI was implemented across multiple sectors.
Group. The teachers.
Because, like, if enough businessmen implement it, then the pressure for the other businessmen are like, well, everybody else is doing it, so I do it. Like, they just don't question it anymore. Because if you have enough people doing something, there's a whole study on this. Like, eventually, if enough people do a thing, people will question it for a second, and then eventually they'll just go along with it because everybody else is doing it.
Remember, we did, like...
Because it's way harder to go against the flow of a river than with it. Just inherently. Like, it takes work and effort to go against the popular flow of literally anything. So once you get the social river flowing a certain way, most people just get picked up by the river and taken with it.
5 office hours diatribes and like 2 streams on what Randy Weingarten, the head of the American Federation of Teachers, the largest teachers union in this country, was doing in Ukraine so many times. You guys remember all the streams we did on that and all the office hours we did on Randy Weingarten? Why is the head of the U.S. Teachers Union spending so much time in Ukraine?
Oh, no. I might need to watch that one.
Understand, this is, like, we've been over this a million times, so I don't want to, like, go back into that, but just go back to the streams, and you'll see how many times we went over this. But again, because we control the teachers' unions to control the education system and control the curriculum and control the propaganda, control the hearts and minds, and you can also then shut down the education system in walkouts or boycotts or strikes to bring the government to its knees. But this is a CIA guide on getting teachers doctors, attorneys, and businessmen in a cluster cell, recruited as social crusaders for the CIA-backed cause. And then note what it says. Through a gradual process, these cells, your 10 teachers, 10 super teachers with a lot of influence in the teaching realm, your 10 lawyers with a lot of influence in the legal realm, your 10 captains of industry with a lot of influence in business, your 10 medical professionals with a lot of pull over the hospital systems, will each work within their own spheres of influence. And at the appropriate time, their influence will be used to fuse the groups together into a united front.
About to see that tomorrow.
Okay? This is super important because a lot of people who don't really understand the operational structuring, they're like, well, how is that, the CIA recruited, this random teacher, to promote this cause? That's so dumb. What, like this one teacher is going to cause a revolution? This one teacher is going to overthrow the country. They make $130K a year. They have a popular book. They can't bring down a government. That's so stupid. It's like, you don't understand how this works. There's a cluster cell, and they are a part of that cadre. They're a part of that cluster who's been recruited to exert their sphere of influence on that particular subsect. The teaching world, the curriculum, the teachers' unions. So that once that's aligned and everything else is aligned, it will be fused together. Once the crisis is induced, the trap door closes. The country's brought to a halt because their cell has successfully gotten pre-commitments from the teachers' unions. Their cell has successfully gotten pre-commitments from the major administrators and the major sponsors, in tandem with those pre-commitments secured by cells in other industries. This is making sense? Yeah, potential to kinetic energy is exactly right. So they come together in the crisis moment. So like in the case of BLM, the Transition Integrity Project frigging guide.
What they call it, the Integrity Project, while they're intentionally circumventing the entire thing. Didn't he say Integrity Project? I'm telling you, they named these things purposely, and they literally do the opposite.
Integrity Project frigging guide. Making sense? Yeah, potential to kinetic energy is exactly right.
Well, you can't question
so they come together
project.
In the crisis moment. So like in the case of BLM, the Transition Integrity Project frigging guide says, listen, this is a this BLM street muscle is a very, very powerful capacity. If we can if we can control it and we can build it up even bigger, we can use this to stop Trump from becoming president even if he wins the election. Because again, what was the title of scenario 3? Clear Trump win. How to stop Trump from becoming the president even if he clearly wins the election. Okay? The whole thing was about stopping Trump. And again, if you missed last week or you just found out about me yesterday and didn't see my 10,000 other tweets on this, literally, they have a frigging appendix on how to stop Trumpism after Trump. But getting back to race being used by intelligence, folks.
It's so effective, though.
Again, being responsive to their demands so that they are responsive to a call to take to the streets. And we will need to support and resource new and emerging racial justice leaders. Now, notice the way they describe this. They did not say support and resource BLM. What did they say? Their success will depend on, and they being the Democrats. And remember, Bill Kristol was supporting this too, and Michael Steele from the Republicans. So the Democrats plus the Never Trump Republicans. Notice the phrase they use. Their success will depend on supporting and resourcing new and emerging, not racial justice movements, racial justice leaders, many of whom are not affiliated with formal institutions and coalitions. So they are cultivating their plan, which they openly wrote about and role-played in an insurrection simulator 5 months before the 2020 election, was to economically bribe, support, and resource a coterie of new and emerging racial justice leaders, not the movement. They don't give a flying fuck about BLM. These are cold-hearted, cold-calculating, cold-handed military and intelligence officials who hate Trump for their own reasons, structuring a domestic color revolution, a domestic intelligence operation to overthrow our government, saying the key to this success is going to be to create a cluster cell of bribed and captured leaders of the BLM movement, bring them into our formal institutions, and get them totally under our control so that we resource and support them, we develop them so that they're capable of doing this in November or in January of 2021, and that they are under our control through a back channel. And the back channel is going to be these new and emerging leaders in the movement who will be able to direct the capacity at the given moment if Trump wins. You guys getting this yet? Is that making sense?
People tell you exactly who they are because their egos are too big.
Now, remember, in that time between June and November 2020, how much effort went into bringing all of the other different aspects of society, of the civil populace, into solidarity with BLM. The medical profession said it was okay for BLM to go out and riot, even though COVID-19 was at its peak. The legal establishment backed them, paid for their legal fees.
Yep.
Got the local DA's offices to drop the cases. Bailed them out with huge, bail support funds. The Chamber of Commerce gave them $50 billion, businessmen. And of course, the teachers' unions. Following to a T, the very thing that the Transition Integrity Project, again run by senior Pentagon official and CIA Blue Badge holder, Rosa Brooks, said would be necessary to do in order to develop and control the organization by resourcing BLM community leaders.
This is the playbook for tomorrow, guys. Just FYI. This is required reading for the class.
It's a cell structure, industry by industry. And again, we've gone over this more times than I can count. But notice how it's the same cell structure for Operation Gladio, where it's divided by sphere of influence in, getting a cluster cell of journalists, getting a cluster cell of businessmen, a cluster cell of bankers, a cluster cell of regulators, a cluster cell of politicians. But then we also see the same cluster cell just a few years ago in the Integrity Initiative.
Remember, this was the guy that showed the difference between whether the CIA, the State Department, and Department of like Homeland. Wait, what was the other one? CIA, State Department. Oh, Department of Defense. Could go into a foreign country and rig their elections depending on if they were a democracy or an autocracy. Same guy. Like, this guy's pretty much pulled the curtain back on everything, but, like, nobody cares to look. So, like, I don't know. I mean, I care to look, obviously, and I will show people that are willing to look at it. But... And the problem is, like, if you, like, I know how it plays. Like, if you were to, like, tweet, like, you know, the CIA is staging riots tomorrow, right? That, like, most people that read that are going to be like, oh, this guy's off his rocker. Right? Because you need, like, hours and hours of, like, looking how it's structured to even semi-think that it's even possible, because it's not like, most people just don't think like that. Like, this sounds like some random fucking Alex Jones, you know, pseudo-theory shit, until you go through and have
the same cluster cell chart.
The documents, you have all the documentation, you have the declassified documents. You'd have to say, like, 40 different things were fake in order to disprove it was happening. Like, you would have to say this entire write-up, which people can get as fake. You would have to say the top secret documents that were declassified were fake. Like, you would have to fake a bunch of stuff for this, for you to even disprove it. But you would have to, but in order to know it, you'd have to take hours of time. Like, I'm not even done going through all of his stuff. Right, I'm relatively knowledgeable, but I every time I look one of these, I'm like, there's like 20 other things I don't fucking know. I'm like, God dang it, dude.
That once again had the cluster cells for all the different industries and journalists and politicians in all the different NATO countries that were used in order to run censorship operations against right-wing populist groups in Europe to stop the Russians. After this is in 2015 to 2019, after Crimea. This is where Nina Jankowicz came from. Again, we went over this. This is why I've been tracking Nina Jankowicz since like November 2018, because her name appears in the UK cluster, UK General Inner Core, Russia Focus, of a busted NATO clandestine operation to control narratives on the internet. But notice how it's segmented by clusters, okay? It's the same thing.
Oh my God.
Control of mass meetings and mass assemblies. Oh, this one's really good. This is a great one. One of my favorite parts of this document. We're already at 7:24.
Oh, shit.
We're coming up on 2 hours already. So again, we are still on our CIA.
I wonder if I can save a single person
operations
from these psyops.
Declassified only 7 years ago.
I don't know if I can.
Control of meetings and mass assemblies.
Just give the people the information and figure it out, I guess.
The control of mass meetings in support of resistance movements is carried out internally through a covert commando element, bodyguards, messengers, incident initiators. I love this. Poster carriers, also used to give signals, and slogan shouters.
Slogan shouters. Those
all
will be used
under
a lot
the control
tomorrow.
of the external commando element.
Sloganeers.
And please, whatever you do, do not think about everything you know about January 6th. So when they say control of meetings and mass assemblies, they're talking about street action, okay? They're talking about mass assemblies of resistance movement people in the streets. And what they're talking about is getting a peaceful protest in place and then making the peaceful protest turn violent because of a federal agent or federal informant equivalent, i.e., somebody who is part of a
people don't realize there's a difference. You can work for the feds two different ways. You can like be on the payroll as a federal agent, or you can be a federal asset. So an asset is like if the feds came to me and said, "Hey, we want you to do this thing." I'm an asset. I'm not working for I'm working for the feds, but as an asset, but not as a federal agent. And this was a important distinguishment to make for like the January 6th stuff. There were federal assets in the crowd, not federal agents. So that way it's plausible deniability that when you say, well, were the feds at January 6th, you can say no and you're not lying. It's because you're using word manipulation as a distinguishment between the two. They're federal assets, but not federal agents. And that's done on purpose for plausible deniability, which is why he's talking about it here. These are like assets, people that they've paid to do things for them.
All group of need-to-know agitators working directly or indirectly with the CIA or a CIA cutout. This is what the CIA Psychological Operations Guide is. And by the way, notice how much of psychological operations work is just about rent-a-riots. Think about how many PSYOPs guides and videos we've been over now, and how in almost every single one of the PSYOPs guides is about getting people to take to the streets and to protest and riot. Understand, this is like what PSYOPs work is. Other than planting fake news stories, other than creating and disseminating and securing commitments from the media to spread CIA and Pentagon and State Department disinformation. That's like one half of it. The other half of it is, we call it PSYOPs, but it's just rent-a-riot capacity building. Because that's the end stage. That's how you get the transition of power.
People that know this are going to be like, wow, the entire thing's going to play out tomorrow. It's like they're going to feel like prophets.
Bodyguards play an important element in getting right. Because what they're saying here is, we want this to go from a protest movement to to effectively a paramilitary challenge to the state. And notice that they say slogan shouters. It's the CIA saying we need slogan shouters. We're going to activate all these different elements we have in the crowd. Bodyguards, messengers, incident initiators. People to initiate, people in the crowd who everybody else thinks is just a general protester. But that guy goes out and does some crazy shit, throws a Molotov cocktail at a police officer to initiate an incident that escalates it, as we're going to see. But again, the CIA even calls them incident initiators. When the cadres, and again, cadres means like a cluster cell group. A small group of people, could be 2 or 3 people, who are keyed into the operation, but everybody else thinks they're just like us. They're a teacher, they're a lawyer, they're a business person, they're a protester. When the cadres are placed in or recruited from organizations such as labor unions, youth groups, agricultural organizations, or professional associations, they will begin to manipulate the group's objectives. The psychological apparatus of our movement, by means of these internal cadres, will prepare a mental attitude which, at the crucial moment, could become involved in a fury of justified violence. So here we see it yet again. Yet again. Capacity building, control, and then deployment. The conversion of the potential energy into kinetic energy. Recruiting from labor unions, youth groups, professional associations, each manipulating their own group from the inside through these clandestine operatives that we have recruited in each of these places, shifting the mental attitude of those groups to hate their own government and to support the spunky CIA-backed resistance movement.
It's crazy how much the foreign version of this has gotten a lot of the American population to hate themselves and to hate Americans. It's crazy how effective it's been, actually.
At the crucial moment.
Stolen land. Oh God, there's so many of them. Stolen land, racist founders, all kinds of propaganda fed to Americans to get them to hate themselves.
This is like the 5th time we've seen them use this. At the crucial moment, we will convert the anger into a fury of justified violence. This is the CIA planning to psychologically manipulate millions of people in a country to go out and commit physical acts of violence. Let me say it again. This is the U.S. State Department, through the Central Intelligence Agency, using U.S. taxpayer dollars, with their own printed standard operating procedure manual on how to cognitively manipulate millions of people in any country on earth to get them psychologically possessed in anger against its own government, and then channel that anger into physical violence, which they justify in their own minds because of the anger that the CIA infused them with. This can be carried out through a small group of resistance operatives infiltrated within the masses, who will have the mission of agitating, giving the impression that there are many of them and that they have great popular support. So we can get millions of people to take to the streets and commit acts of violence in a, dare I say, riot that is rented, and giving the impression that the masses are really represent the entire people. Using the tactics of a force of 200 to 300 agitators, one can create a demonstration in which 10,000 to 20,000 could take part. All we need are 200 back channels, 200 human assets that we've capacity built, and we can get 20,000 people to commit a violent riot in a fury of violence against their own government. Jennifer says, please share the link. I just put it right here. Can I read that again? Using the tactics of a force of 200 to 300 agitators, one can create a demonstration in which 10,000 to 20,000 could take part. Remember, the purpose of the demonstration includes committing violence against the police, against the security forces, against the sitting government. And part of that is because that will provoke a crackdown from the police, and U.S. CIA media will then say they're oppressing their own people, they're using violence against their own people, this disqualifies them as a legitimate government, we now can justify international sanctions, we can now tell Europe you can't have an oil deal with Nicaragua because they've committed humanitarian violations. They're in violations of the UN Convention on universal human rights, man. Because they've put down, through force, our own violent CIA-backed and CIA-created riot.
They create the riot so they can create the justification.
Well, the CIA is even setting its own these pawns to get beaten up by the police and the security forces because they want to hold that up. This is the other side of the operation, is using the crackdown.
Yeah, the whole point is to get the crackdown to show how oppressive the government is. That's the entire point. you set up this entire operation. You get a bunch of people psyoped into demonstrating in the streets. You use 200 to 300 agitators in there with they're already emotionally riled up to get violent and destroy property. And the goal is to get the government to come in and suppress these agitators or the riots in order to demonstrate and prove now that the government's been oppressing and it's a dictatorship the entire time. It's literally the entire point. That is the entire point of tomorrow. It's to prove to as many people as possible by purposely making things, agitating a bunch of demonstrations, that we've been saying it's a dictatorship this whole time. Now look at them. Look, there's military in the streets. Look, there's the National Guard. Look, they're suppressing. It's just a protest. And now look at that. They're arresting people. It's literally the entire point.
For formal diplomatic action from the State Department. To cut economic ties, to kick them off the dollar, to seize their national assets.
Well, that's the end of that one from Mike. And millions and millions of people will buy it tomorrow. We'll see. But the whole point is to get the government to crack down so they can prove it's a dictatorship. That's the entire point. To get as many people to be like, look, look, look. To get as many clips of police or Marines or National Guard doing something to justify the removal of a sitting president of the United States. To get as many on the population to go, I didn't think it, but now that I see it, I knew it. Run this entire operation of No Kings. And I hope there's enough people out there that, I don't know, don't buy it, I guess. But I don't know. I don't know. I mean, we're calling it, the night beforehand. And we'll see. He's got other ones in here. There's so many back ones to do. Oh, that's his podcast thing. I mean, all the proof and all of the manuals and everything's right there. I mean, didn't he post another one? Oh, yeah. Xi Jinping went through San Francisco. The city temporarily removed all homeless people from the streets along the motorcade route and cleaned up the sidewalks ahead of the communist dictator's visit. This is the one for USAID.
Are literal.
U.S. secretly created Cuban Twitter to stir unrest. And
hoping it could use to organize smart mobs. These are literal mobs, BLM style mobs. Now, I'm just going to read this here for a second. McSpeeden was one of the guys running this. He worked for USAID's Office of Transition Initiatives. Now, transition means government overthrow.
You got to watch that word these days, transition.
Yeah,
it means a few things.
In 2009, a report by congressional researchers warned that the Office of Transition, and again, this is not a CIA division. This is a USAID division for regime change, for toppling governments. Through organized political warfare, mobilizing the unions to take to the streets, mobilizing boycotts and shutdown of roads and transportation systems and hospitals and schools. And then it goes on to say, okay, we were told we couldn't even be told in broad terms what was happening at USAID because people will die, said Fulton Armstrong, who worked for the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. Before that, he was the U.S. intelligence community's most senior analyst on Latin America, advised for Bill Clinton. So he was the top guy at CIA at the analyst division on all of Latin America, and even he can't get access to this secret operation being run out of USAID.
USAID, man.
This was not U.S. government policy, because if the CIA had done it, he would have had to have signed off on it. But if they run it through USAID, then they can say, "Oh, it went rogue."
But what if? Hold on a second. If a CIA person doesn't even walk into the USAID office, but there's a phone call that's made there, or anything, or an email or something, isn't that technically traceable back to them, and therefore it's like, well, this does fall under your purview?
Well, only if it's subpoenaed.
Right.
And this is another issue. You can't get anything out of USAID. In fact, I wonder if they say this in this article.
U.S. secretly created Cuban Twitter to stir unrest.
Hoping you can use.
This is the CIA's riot guide from 1983 calls for agitators to create a martyr for the cause by leading the demonstrators into a confrontation with authorities to provoke riot and shootings, which may cause death of a protester, and then use that death for bigger riots. In order, specific jobs will be assigned other elements. This is that same document. In order to create a martyr for the cause, leading demonstrators into a confrontation with authorities so as to provoke riots or shootings which may cause death of one or more persons who would become martyrs. A situation should be taken advantage of immediately against the regime so as to create greater conflicts. The way of carrying out an uprising in mass meetings. It may be effected by means of a small group or guerrillas, protesters, that's an older word from the 80s, infiltrated among the masses who will have the mission of agitating, giving the impression that they are numerous and that they have extensive popular support, employing the tactics of a force of 200, 300 agitators. A demonstration can be created in which 10,000 to 20,000 persons take part. The CIA's own document. From the 80s, talking about a specific operation in Nicaragua, but it's part of the greater playbook to overthrow pretty much any foreign government, which has been used against American citizens and multiple operations. But once you understand the framework on how it works, you can spot them. In my mind, you can spot them almost immediately. Which is why we went into the Google Trends of like, out of nowhere, these things just somehow pop up. So if we just did Black Lives Matter. Right, we did this earlier, but out of nowhere, a spike, just massive, massive spike, and then it instantly drops off. You know, we did it with Palestine. Nothing, just massive fucking spike. What about the spike with Kings? The problem is, like, there's sports teams that have Kings in there, so that one's a little bit tougher, obviously. Occupy. Yep. Here was the Occupy Wall Street out of nowhere. Just Occupy. Just boop. Then it flatlines instantly again. So you could search for these, like when you hear the media repeating a term over and over and over and over again. I wonder what the term is right now. I mean, they're occupied by Israel, Iran right now. Anything with Trump. Palestinian activists. What? Arrest warrant issued for NFL wide receiver on attempted. Wait, what did Antonio Brown do this time? We'll do a bigger propaganda outlet. We'll do MSNBC. But they're probably doing this. Oh no, but they got Trump on the front, even with the fucking. Okay. Betrayal of farmers. White nationalist, maybe? White supremacist. Let me see. Oh, nice. I mean, they've already used this one before. That makes sense. 2017. Yeah, right after the election. That makes sense. Oh, you know what? What about far right? Oh yeah, they've been constantly pushing that one, so just bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. Far left. Same thing. Okay.
Running fake vaccine clinics in Pakistan to this is pull it up.
You gotta love that. Fake in 2012.
2012.
Man, they were ahead of the curve.
Right. Well, but USAID took the baton after this. I can tell you this whole story.
Oh, so they got to blame and just say, "Oh, it was USAID." Sorry.
Well, they vowed not to do it, and then USAID moved into the space.
Right.
So,
all right. So what do we got here? Can we scroll up a little bit, Joe? All right, fake CIA vaccine campaign when the end doesn't justify the means. In early January 2013, a dozen deans from America's premier public health schools wrote President Obama a letter protesting the CIA's use of a faked vaccination
They stopped
campaign.
For a second. We got to move. We got to move. Get out of here.
Now, let me stop this right here.
Yeah, I know.
A fourth wave of missiles.
Yeah, I believe.
Oh,
I
hear the alarm.
I believe it takes 10 to 12 minutes for ballistic missiles to get there.
Steve is back, yeah.
If it's happening on one of the cameras, I'll make that camera big. I don't know which camera we might see things on yet. So this Jerusalem, I think I want to move down. I think I should get things out of the sky. Because what's most likely to happen with Tel Aviv is that things will be in the sky. So let's keep an eye on the sky on the Tel Aviv cam up here. And again, either of the other cameras, if something happens, I'll just make that the big camera. It doesn't take long to make it bigger, but I think we want to keep that sky clear. That's where you're going to see stuff first. And I just don't know which one we'll see anything on. Nothing yet. Nothing yet. Any chance it's a false alarm?
No. Sirens did go off though. Like they shut them back off. Where's my Iranian friend? There, observer.
I'm looking at all of these shots. I haven't seen anything yet.
Why are we all the way at the bottom?
Nothing out of the ordinary.
No, he hasn't said anything either. He doesn't. They don't post a lot though.
So it's for northern Israel, but I don't know where the camera in Jerusalem is posted. Jerusalem is in theory close. Haifa is in northern, but it's on the western side of the country, not the eastern. But right now, my SOFAR map doesn't have any alerts on it.
Oh yeah, what is that map?
But sometimes the sirens just start, and then it all happens very fast. So again, the IDF has said that a fourth wave is coming.
I've never seen them say that and then them not happen, so I don't know.
But also, it's possible that maybe they'll end up. I feel like the third wave, they said it was going to be one place, and then it was. Well, hold on. I don't know if
I lean into my mic like I can hear more of it. I'm so stupid sometimes.
All I can do is look at the cameras we have. Still not seeing anything.
I guess this guy's profile could be sleeping, though.
If I need it, there's also a...
He was up for a while.
I got my eyes on that, too. So far, nothing on our cameras. So far, I don't see anything on the SoFar Red Alert app.
I guess I don't speak hieroglyphics, so that doesn't help.
Now this has paused, so I gotta reset this.
Flown by a woman. Wait, what? Oh, the misinformation.
Paused,
yeah.
So I gotta reset this.
That's I'm just wondering why you would put this out there to begin with, but okay. IDF, maybe? Israeli Defense Force? Oh, here it is. Israelis are currently running for shelter in northern Israel. Sirens sound due another missile launch from Iran.
On the way.
I should probably just follow them. I can unfollow and follow. Who cares?
Breaking news! Homefront Command says you can leave the protected area, but you must stay near it. Hey guys, Homefront Command now says you can leave the protected area, but you must stay near it.
I don't know what these are. I mean,
So
they're
are
obviously
there no
pins,
missiles?
but... Well, maybe this is the sirens. Near the hostile aircraft.
Did
Okay.
they land somewhere else? So what is happening with this? Was it a false alarm? Did they shoot the missiles down? Was it just a couple missiles?
Iran.
Oh, interceptions?
Yeah,
Were
they
there
could have intercepted it.
interceptions, maybe? Trying to figure this out. But again, on Telegram,
If you were
they
this is the Iran military. If you were silent during 2 years of Palestinian massacres and last night's attack on
in
Iran,
the
don't call for
following
a straight now,
areas,
stay quiet.
They had a bunch of
I'm glad
areas
that one's
where
scrapped.
they said
Yeah, I
you
get
can leave
that.
the protected area, but you must remain near it. So anyways, I don't know what's going on. I don't know. Maybe there were some missiles that got shot down. Maybe they all got intercepted.
You started it.
But I don't think the Homefront Command would say you can leave if they thought there was an imminent wave of missiles coming in.
That happened earlier, though,
Trey
and then...
Yink says sirens are sounding east of Haifa, but I don't know where he's getting that from. I don't know that he's there. Maybe he's just seeing it online. Yeah, so...
Are striking Israel? This isn't really a super reliable source, though. Real battle? Wait, what? First few waves... Okay, well, this is just somebody popping off, so who knows. But first few waves are just expendables with the intent of draining out the Iron Dome. I wonder... There's no way I can look this up.
IDF just said you can leave your protected spaces. IDF says...
One can also take it as a warning shot using a test/expiring missiles. Real battles have begun yet. Source form artillery.
Okay?
Yeah,
so it looks like whatever the alert is over.
Iran has estimated 1,000 ballistic missiles reached Israel. They've used 400 today. I could assure you that every artillery unit in the world don't hand you such info on a platter. Yeah, that's true. This guy sounds like he knows what he's talking about.
Okay.
Mr. Wayfarer 07.
That is from IDF and Home Run Command.
At least initially. This stuff checks. Market crash, no.
They just posted that.
I wish I could buy some more stock.
So I don't
know
what
I forgot I was
happened,
gonna ask Gronk now.
but the IDF just posted, following the situational assessment, the Home Front Command published that it is now permitted to leave protected spaces and to remain near them. So it sounds to me like they've taken
the Iran
care of
Observer didn't do anything though, so that was kind of a giveaway
for the time being.
You might like. Oh, I'm sure that this really fucked up my might like because of all the stuff I've been clicking on. Oh well. A bunch of Iranian streamers. Press breaking TV. No, I need like real breaking news, people.
Faytux News posted.
There's some good people on here.
Says is footage of an interception.
Usually that only goes off during an interception, yeah, or when it's getting
Where was that
bombarded.
from? Hold on a second. So maybe whatever it was got intercepted. I'll post a link to Faytux's. Is that the latest one? Or is that the one before? I don't even know. Maybe it was one missile launch.
Just doing their job. Yeah, figured.
Well, anyways, IDF.
This fucking idiot say arrested, detained. So this fucking narrative's so fucking
People
dumb.
Can leave protected.
He crosses the boundary, gets detained, identified, and let go. Yeah, I told you you're gonna drive this narrative. This fucking guy. Prohibits the use of U.S. military, Air Force, extension Navy to conduct domestic laws without explicit conditional or in other words, Trump's but yeah, of course. Yeah, of course he is.
IDF says Israelis can leave protected spaces after missile alert.
For just sitting on the steps, yeah. They probably asked to leave multiple times.
Hey.
These people want so bad to be oppressed. Please arrest me. Please get me on the news. Please.
Good.
I told you, all this stuff is always about themselves every fucking time.
The IDF didn't say exactly what happened yet.
Arrest me, suppress me, please. I gotta be on the right side of history, please. Come on, help.
There's a number of videos that appear to show an interception. I posted
oh, it's
the
starting
one
to become daytime.
Chat.
Do comments not go down here on his? Interesting. Interesting.
So, you know, maybe it was one missile or something. I don't know. Maybe there were multiple missiles.
Ooh, authoritarianism. That's another word.
I have a Bethlehem camera. I didn't. Is it possible that I just missed it? In theory, somebody said it was seen on the Bethlehem camera.
It's a good one, Bernie.
So in theory, I don't
who
have
paid
it
you to say that
here.
one.
Oh, is that the Haifa camera? No, what is that? That's Bethlehem. Now I'm confused.
Yeah, come on, Bernie. The difference between 1776 and now is in 1776 we didn't have a representative government, and the people didn't have any way to control their destiny.
Maybe I'll.
This equivocation is fucking a disaster.
I would need like a time code.
That's the entire difference between 1776 and now, is there was no representative government. The people didn't have any way at all no taxation without representation. Does that ring a bell? You have taxation with representation. Now that's a very big difference.
Quickly, but I didn't see it. I'm gonna look.
Man, these people. I wish we just had a bunch of politicians that said exactly what was going on instead of playing these stupid games. Makes it almost impossible to figure out what's going on.
Let's try that. Maybe I can find it on my
Bernie's one of the fucking 10 political leaders
that I have access to.
Sucks, because I agree with Bernie on some stuff, but man, ever since he folded like a lawn chair to fucking Hillary Clinton in the primaries, like, I don't take him seriously at all anymore. He had his opportunity to actually make a stand. Yeah, he had to do it against Hillary Clinton and probably, you know, get destroyed, but he didn't do it. He just folded in the convention and let Hillary Clinton fucking take the nomination, so
I'm downloading.
I don't really care what he has to say anymore. He had a real chance to stand on principle back in 2016, and he didn't. So, I mean, I don't really blame people. Self-preservation's a pretty big pull for people, obviously. So, but I'm not gonna take Bernie serious anymore. Like he had his chance and he blew it.
Bethlehem feed. I'm looking at it right now.
Rand Military put something here. I don't want to translate this. I don't know what it says.
Is that it? I got it. I got it, guys. I got it captured on the Bethlehem camera. I found it. I didn't have it up at the time. Oh, look at this. Okay, hold on. It's there. All right, here it is. I'm going to show you on the Bethlehem camera from about, 15 minutes ago. This is it.
Oh, so they did, yeah.
Outside the atmosphere, interception.
Show us, Steve.
Here it is. You ready? Watch right up here.
Yeah, those sirens usually only go off if they're intercepting or they're in the middle, so.
There it is. That's it. Wow. How about that? Look at that. Whoa, that's the interception right there. Outside the atmosphere. Crazy. I wasn't even looking at that camera. I should have.
Yep.
Look at it, stays green like that. Does it fade over time, I assume? I'll see.
I haven't done YouTube because I already have a YouTube tab up here, which is why I was using Mike Benz's player through.
I'll show it again.
Through Twitter.
So does that green just kind of fade out? Yeah, you can see it's kind of just fading out.
Today's topic is the history of the intelligence state.
Let me show you this again, though. It's pretty incredible. Watch this.
Now, for folks
Watch this on our Bethlehem camera.
Interagency. It coordinates what the
Crazy.
state.
That's it. That's the
interception.
interception.
If they put any other stuff in here, they're just the clips.
Outside the atmosphere.
Labor solidarity.
I'll show you again. Crazy.
Think of how fast Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass would clean up the LA riots if there was a major Chinese business investment summit in LA this week. True. Oh, here's the actual file, yeah.
That's how it looks when they're intercepted outside the atmosphere.
He linked the whole thing. Nice. Parts of the speech. The audience.
One of our viewers thinks the USA took it down. I don't know.
Massive
Anyway,
grassroots support through psychological operations.
How about that, guys? Well, there you go.
Well, top secret there.
Thanks to Faytux News for he posted
What about the entire?
Yeah,
but your main constantly were the specific target groups. Techniques of persuasion and chats or speech should be simple and concise. Avoid the use of difficult words or expressions. Prefer popular words or expressions, that is the language of the people. In dealing with the person, make use of concise language, avoiding complicated verbiage. It should be recalled that we use oratory to make our people understand the reason for our struggle and not to show our knowledge. So play stupid. I think the Earth's a donut, right? I'm kind of hungry, actually.
It's again outside. What's it called? Exo-atmospheric.
I don't know. This happened yesterday. Nothing real. I don't think anything happened until today. I don't know why it starts it off at the bottom.
It's an exo-atmospheric interception. So that's when a missile is destroyed when it's still in space. When it's still in space, guys.
Nice. Yeah, I think these are just where the sirens go off at. I see where they're getting it though. Why? How's this from 3 hours ago? Oh, it's not.
Also, I'm reading that when it's intercepted, the interceptor is not explosive. It just collides into it.
Just boop. Yeah, just rams it.
Crazy.
Death to America.
High-speed impact pulverizes the incoming missile. Supposedly, according to the article I'm reading, the Israeli Arrow 3 can do exo-atmospheric interceptions.
They're running a right side out? There's no way.
Oh, another alert? Is there another alert? Hold on. Is there another alert? Hold on. Hold on.
Hold on, chat. God, hold on to your ooh-wees.
Yes, another detection, it's looking like. It looks like we have more alerts. Yes. Homefront Command says more alerts expected in the coming minutes. More alerts expected in the coming minutes. And there is... I don't see it on my map.
It's not you, right? But no, I don't think so.
Looks like we're going to be getting some more alerts.
Maybe it's not a Twitter thing. Maybe it's something else.
Apparently, now I got to get the Bethlehem camera, I guess.
Fast News Network.
That? I don't even have room for it. I'll keep an eye on it.
They don't tweet a lot though. They might be new. 10K posts.
Okay, the IDF says more missiles. New missile alert from IDF. New missile alert. IDF says Iran has launched more missiles.
Nothing there though.
Breaking news, Iran has launched new missiles toward Israel, says the IDF.
Wait, we were just on the IDF.
Haifa, Jerusalem. I got a second Jerusalem camera I'm looking at. We got Tel Aviv. I have Bethlehem on the side that I'm looking at.
What's up, Grimace? Can anyone argue the Iran position? What do you mean? I mean, I look at things two different ways generally. Usually they line up.
Give me a moment.
Like my objective take and then my personal take.
But more missiles launched toward Israel.
But the take's usually not. It's not usually one or the other.
I believe
or binary.
These alerts are for the South. I just saw one report saying they were for the South.
I mean, Iran's government was
But let me make sure. I'm not sure.
Was ousted by our CIA and installed
in the south. I'm seeing that this is southern Israel.
Like the
I don't believe I have
the extremely
any
religious
in
leader, and then
Israel.
we've had to deal with it ever since.
Just so you know.
I don't think a lot of people know that. Did the CIA? How would I word this?
So we're waiting on these new missiles.
Overthrow the Iran government in 1970s. This is me bringing receipts. That's why I do this. Oh, maybe not 1970s, sorry. The CIA was involved in a significant early event, 1953 coup, Operation Ajat, that ousted Prime Minister Mohammad Mossad. In 1970, the Iran Revolution led to the overthrow of Sadat. I think they actually started this revolution. The reason that Gronk isn't pulling it is because a lot of the stuff's kind of classified.
It's in the south.
Driven by internal unrest.
You might see or hear nothing.
Like, we just went through the whole Mike Benz thing about how you get the population to rise up and, like, overthrow the government. It's, like, the best ways for the U.S. to overthrow another government.
Maybe just a couple.
So, it's obscure on purpose. But the Iranian Revolution, 1979, led to the overthrow, driven by internal unrest, and then widespread dissatisfaction, which I'm pretty sure the CIA sowed into the population.
Okay, new alert, rocket alert. Oh, hold on. I think some of it's in the north. Yes, I have it right here.
You read the answers now that you say yes?
Seeing, oh no, well,
I'm saying
it's near. It's in the central Israel.
I'm saying I have two answers. Yeah.
Really quick. Oh, and also in the north. Also in the north. Keep an eye on the north. New alerts in the north near Haifa. New alerts near Haifa in the north and near Tel Aviv.
Most people just have an answer.
Jerusalem.
I actually have two answers.
A lot of alerts right now near Jerusalem, central Israel.
That's something
and
to
near
support
Haifa.
it.
So we could end up seeing
personally, no.
Activity on more than one of these cameras, but not near Tel Aviv, near Haifa.
The U.S.
And in central
long-term
Israel as well.
caused the problems in Iran that we're dealing with now.
And, here's the sirens right now. Here are the sirens.
I mean, it's super complicated. Like, I don't support Iran's government now.
All right, let's see what we see.
But I am sympathetic to the Iranian people.
Are we seeing anything in the sky on any of these cameras? I'm gonna make this a little smaller here.
So I don't judge a population. Well, I don't pretty much judge an entire population or group in general, but
what are we going to see?
I don't really hold a population generally accountable for the actions of their government.
The camera's panning around. It's panning
especially
around.
When the U.S. is the one that kind of fucked around with Iran to begin with.
I haven't seen anything yet.
Yeah, I mean, that's easy to say when the population's being, like, militarily suppressed, right? Like, and if you speak out against the government, you lose your family and you disappear. So it's a totally different dynamic depending on what what government is over your population.
Well, what's happening up here? Maybe something up here?
So it's easy for me to say, why does the population oust them? But I wouldn't lose my life for speaking out against my government either. Like, it's easy for me to make it abstract because I don't have to deal with the consequences. People in, like, North Korea, China, Iran have to deal with the real consequences for trying to do something like that.
Anything?
That's why.
No? Behind the clouds, maybe right up here? Where my head was? Up here? Oh, well, right up there. Right up there? Right up there, we're seeing some activity up here. I'm going to get the other cameras off for right now. Look at that. Look it up there. Look it up there. Looks like interceptions above Tel Aviv.
So I look at everybody's population a little bit different, just depending on their situation.
Look at this. Look at that. Look at that. We're seeing things. Seeing things on the Tel Aviv cam right now. Tel Aviv cam. Looks like maybe interceptions. Sirens going. Did they intercept everything? Did they intercept everything? Oh, there's something else flying through the air right there. What's happening? Whoa! More interceptors? Oh no! Stuff's looks like maybe some debris fell or something. I don't know if there was a hit or debris fell, but look at right in here. Some smoke coming up from the ground.
I don't know if they hit, but I don't know. There's a line. There's the problem.
So I don't know if we had a hit. We're hearing some booms. Those might be interceptions that you're hearing right now.
Yeah, because you would see the interceptions before.
I'm not seeing anything on the... Oh, I see some stuff on the other Tel Aviv camera. I'm going to have to replay that.
It's the people that had the revolution.
Remind me to replay the other Tel Aviv camera.
Right, but it was backed by U.S. interest to do it on purpose.
But I can rewind the other one.
I don't, like I said, it's a little more complicated, but especially when you're living in a country. So if
now I'm
if they were overthrown in the 70s,
the Bethlehem camera too.
You're talking about people who are 50, 60 years old. So anybody under like 50 years old that lives in Iran has only ever.
There's still some
the civilian population has only ever grown up knowing that government. And that government has a monopoly over the propaganda machine and media to their people. So they've only grown up like 45 and under knowing that government structure. They weren't part of the overthrow. They weren't part of
the Tel Aviv camp.
They weren't part of establishing anything that's there, really.
Still a few rocket alerts or missile alerts in the center of Israel, West Bank.
So even if I kind of agreed that they had the revolution was like 50 years ago. So, like I would say, probably majority of the population that is there is then was either a kid or not even born yet.
I'm not seeing anything on the Bethlehem cam. I'm not seeing anything on the Jerusalem camera. Whoa, 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 whoa. Now let me go back.
Ducks? No, I want a duck. No way.
I'm going to show you. I have some stuff on the other Tel Aviv cam. In a second, I'm going to show you the other Tel Aviv cam. There's only one alert left now, and I'm not seeing anything on any of the cameras. Sherilyn says this is unnerving.
Yeah, even here it says, well, the U.S. supported the Shah. There's no conclusive evidence. Well, so it even says that the U.S. government at the time supported the overthrow.
We can watch that again, too.
So,
but pretty crazy.
Yeah, there's not going to be conclusive, but there's enough to say they supported, so.
Hang on a moment.
And I don't want to be held responsible when I wasn't even alive for fucking overthrowing Iran's government. Get the fuck out of here. So, that's why I say I don't hold the population inherently responsible, especially if they've been under the oppression for that long.
All right, I want to.
The issues with the Iran government
of that, so we have
at the end of the day with me, not the people. It's like I don't really want to be held accountable for the Iraq war and like fucking toppling shit in the Middle East. Like even when you have a whole population, that doesn't mean the entire population agrees full-heartedly with what's going on either. In most cases, it's like probably 60-40 or something. I mean, that's the goal. But like, if you ask me personally, the goal would be that Israel destroys them enough that their population feels emboldened to go to overthrow their government. Like they feel safe enough, I guess, kind of, to go do it. But if 20 years of history has taught Americans anything, that going in there and trying to overthrow it militarily never works out. It didn't work out in Afghanistan, didn't work out in Iraq, it didn't work out in Syria. Didn't work. It hasn't worked out in Libya. Like it just, I'm not a fan at all of overthrowing other people's governments.
Right there. That's the other Tel Aviv camera, and I'm going to play the replay for you of this. This is a replay, and
that's my personal take.
Again, this is a replay. Yeah, look at the sky.
I make a lot of people mad, but in my mind, I'm relatively objective with how I look at stuff. Like, I'm always going to have a bias, and I'm definitely biased on my personal opinion, but I'm biased in my mind, identify, like, real tangible reasons. like real concrete things.
Right here, watch. Where is it there? Right there. You see the streak right there. Oh, that you see the interceptor going up. That's an interceptor being shot up. You can just see it there. Now I think we could probably see more eventually. Again, this was the other Tel Aviv.
Would I hold the people accountable? Not en masse, no. So maybe like my general look at stuff is like I want to judge you for you.
There's one coming in.
I don't want to judge you based off of your like an immutable trait and.
Wow.
The government in which people live, to me, is almost as close as an immutable trait as possible, other than being one. So I try to judge. I judge people as individuals. So I guess I look at the Iranian population as a bunch of individuals.
There's another one right there. There's another incoming right there. It looks like, or debris.
Just like Saudi Arabia,
right
or
there, right next to me.
like any country. That's how I look at all their populations. Like at the end of the day, they're still people. It's pretty popular to dehumanize like another population and just say they're all bad.
There's another one.
I that's not one. It's not even fruitful. It doesn't get us anywhere. And two, I just don't think it's inherently a good thing to do. Because I wouldn't want that done to me either. Is how I kind of look at it. Like I wouldn't want every time my government did something I didn't like, then I'm inherently always accountable to it. Like, so I guess I just don't do that to other populations either.
Some of the
internet's been awesome because I've been able to engage with people, all different types of people from different countries, without any media filter, no pretext, no nothing. And you realize, especially with like gaming, right? You realize that you're a lot.
Wow.
Like you can come together and be have some commonality with people that are totally different.
Oh,
it just depends on the things that you like. And gaming's a good one that has a lot of crossover.
Interception seen from Jerusalem. Huh.
Yeah, well, I mean, if an entire population came up and was like a vast majority, then yeah, I would hold them generally accountable. But like I said, it depends on the situation. So I look at each country different depending. So that's my one with Iran. Is most of the population has only known that government. That government is obviously extreme religious. I mean, even other Muslim, the Sunni Shia, I forget. I think they're Sunni. I don't want to. I forget for some reason. There's two different sects of Islam in there too, and both of those sects hate each other too. So like, I don't know.
But
generally, for everybody in that region, they do not like Iran.
Says
so
another volley. Another volley was launched towards the state of Israel. Wait, is this a new one? 1 minute ago, the IDF said another volley was launched.
What?
Has it happened again? The IDF just said 1 minute ago another volley was launched towards the state of Israel. You were asked to continue to obey the home front command's
that's all those alarms.
And the instructions that are being distributed to you. I don't know.
I wonder how many missiles they have, bro.
Launched, do they mean that one we just saw or a new one? I don't know.
I don't know. This guy just updated the alarm thing.
Yes, I think there's a new one. I think we have more missiles coming in. More missiles. More missiles coming in, guys. Or rockets or missiles.
Dude, it was so bad earlier.
Enter the protected area. So there's more. There's more coming. There are more coming now. So we'll keep watching.
This has happened a couple times throughout the years, and this is one of the biggest one I've seen. Usually, Iran did this one time, last year or the year before, I can't remember.
That's Jerusalem.
And then it was more of like a show of force, and they stopped just to show their population that they were retaliating. But this time they've done multiple times, and I'm actually kind of surprised. I feel like they might feel like they're losing control. And the reason I think that is because Israel hit them super hard yesterday, and they lost like most of their military command and leadership by multiple reports. So I wonder if their like president or their Khamenei or whatever he's called is just trying to throw everything at Israel now because he might be losing control.
Of an impact in central Israel in the last barrage.
Oh, is that what that is? Oh, okay, I didn't know what that was.
Maybe this is like the third missile warning in the last half hour. Wow.
Yeah, okay, cool.
Oh, I got to restart
Yeah,
Facebook.
I just saw that today.
I got to restart Facebook. Hold on.
The U.S. is about to have a massive problem tomorrow,
Facebook
so
ends
I was
after
just kind of streaming this, messing around, looking at some research stuff. And then, obviously, this is popping off today, so I was looking at that as well.
I am restarting Facebook.
I had to get chat super knowledgeable on how rent-a-riots work.
They're probably mad at me over there. Well, it was busy. All right, so we have another missile warning.
Where did
More
the
missiles
IDF go? There it is.
At Israel. Another missile warning.
That one is updated. It looks like this, I guess, but that was 9 minutes ago.
I'm not seeing rocket alerts yet, the specific alerts
you
yet.
know, it's
missile warning.
I have a friend in Crete, which is an island off of Greece. And the last time this happened, he sent me a photo from his house where he could see the rockets in the sky.
We'll have to see what happens. I'm seeing some alerts. Where is this?
I don't have it on this computer.
You don't know
I mean, just to picture the night sky with it lit up over. He could see it over the Mediterranean.
Ended up, we ended up seeing it on the Tel Aviv cam.
Yeah, but every time I've watched this,
we are waiting
on a poker boat. Did you really? That's awesome.
Here. We're just waiting for the missiles to arrive.
Because last time it happened, I asked him. I was like, I'm like, you okay over there, bro? He's like, yeah.
Oh, Haifa, yes, in the sky in Haifa. You're right. Good spot. Maybe it was a plane. Where is it here? Oh, that's not it. That's the wrong one. Is that a plane there? Oh, you can't see. It's under me. Right there. I don't know if that's a plane.
Oh, there's a whole plane thing.
In Haifa or something or other. Well,
what is that?
I don't want to take up the whole screen, but there is that thing. Whatever that is. Whatever that is there.
What's the website to show commercial plane traffic?
Now I've completely confused myself. And everyth's messed up.
For real money? Oh, do they have a rule on gambling, I guess?
Maybe it's a missile. Maybe it's an interceptor. Maybe it's a plane. I don't know.
I can't remember which one it is. It looks like this one, actually.
We're just waiting now.
So here's the air. Can I pop it out? Well, I don't know what that button does. Here's all the air traffic, though. Here's all the commercial air traffic. And you'll see that, like, there's nothing in Iraq. So commercial, right? So they have their transponder on to geolocate.
Crazy.
Military aircraft have something different, so you don't get to see it. But so this will just show civilian air traffic.
I'm hearing maybe the announcement of the alert.
You'll see everybody's going around Iran. A couple of things in Afghanistan, Turkey.
So far, red alert yet.
Right, nothing in Syria, like nothing in here at all. Nothing commercial. I'm guessing I probably have to pay or something for the full thing. I saw somebody pull it up the other day, but we'll just keep that there.
I'm waiting along with you guys.
I'm surprised they volleyed this many times. A little bit. It's not like I'm like blown away or anything, but every time, usually the Iranian volleys just one time and that's it. And then we're on like wave 4 or 5, and I don't understand that last volley at all. Nothing happened. It wasn't even a bunch all at once. I don't understand. I don't know what they're doing.
GLZ Radio says southern Israel, but I don't know if that's the case. We'll have to see.
Like they just got intercepted. I know that probably almost none of them ever get through, but it didn't seem like even an attempt to break the dome. Oh, that's what I was gonna look up. Not that but no. I don't know. We're just gonna ask it. I'm not gonna get a real number, but I might as well look. How much ammo does the Iron Dome have? It means a single battery can hold 26. Wait. So 80 interceptors at full capacity, and they had 10 operational batteries. Around 800 across the system. Assume they're all fully loaded. And it's like this is a lot of like assumption stuff though. Hamas fired 2,000, the 5,000 single day war from the system due to sheer volume.
Different part of Israel. I don't know. Facebook is live, guys. Facebook is live. The Facebook stream is live. Oh, sorry, I took myself off accidentally.
Well, I mean, then what's intercepting them then? I thought the Iron Dome intercepted this stuff. Well then, yeah. Well then, I'm confused what the Iron Dome's for. Then I thought the Iron Dome was like the entire system around it that operated batteries that intercepted. But really, I was just trying to see if it runs out of ammo at some point, or intercept. Like, what is this thing then? I don't know if I have it. Well, I could probably find it, but there's like something in the middle of Tel Aviv that was firing rockets out of it to go intercept things.
I do not know. What is that thing? Is this something?
I wish I could pull out Balatro with that not having full screen.
I mean, I see that thing on the Haifa stream, but Haifa is in northern Israel, so.
Oh, you're talking about the type, else. Okay. I see what you're saying.
Because.
So it's just for the short range stuff. Well, then what's the thing for the long? There was something chucking shit in the middle.
Oh, water drop earlier. On the camera. Probably is a water drop.
Then I saw maybe a supersonic missile get past it and just like crash right next to it instead. It was one of the major hits in the middle. Oh, it's a different system. Okay. Well, whatever system it is, I was just wondering if Iran could overload it. Oh, Addies. I'll be right back real quick.
This is the third straight warning. I feel like they would have gotten here by now. Maybe they're in another part of the country. Maybe they got shot down. I'm not seeing any updates at this point. Hearing of possible injuries and damage from the latest strikes, but I don't have confirmation, so I'll look and see what I can find.
Mark Bent. I need that. Where is it? Yeah, it highlighted. Oh my god.
By the way, Times of Israel says that the IDF says that about an hour ago, the IDF says it downed 3 drones apparently launched from Yemen about an hour ago. Well, I haven't seen anything from this new batch yet. There might have been interceptions. Khan News says a missile from Iran hit buildings in central Israel, injuring 9 people slightly. This is from one of these recent barrages. Again, Khan News says a missile from Iran hit buildings in central Israel, injuring 9 people slightly at the scene. Look, we got the sun
what's up,
coming
Silver?
up. The sun is coming up, guys. The sun is coming up.
So, wait, Last Impact. Wait, what? Didn't we watch it? Angry? Oh, you'll be okay. Don't get too mad, though. You gotta get glad. Yeah, don't get mad, get glad. That's what I do. Oh, I look like Howl. Every country's different, I guess. That's probably why.
Al Arabiya reports extensive damage. Al Arabiya reports extensive damage to 4 buildings south of Tel Aviv, and rescue teams are searching for missing persons among the rubble.
Oh, texting while driving? I don't know how that works in other countries, but
that just happened?
It's not legal here.
I don't know.
I mean, people do it all the time, but it's not legal. Yeah, the plane crash in India was crazy. Somebody survived, which was nuts.
The sun coming up.
I don't know what happened. Like, it goes and takes off and then just drops out of the air.
Do you guys want to see the sunrise full screen? Somebody wanted to see this full screen.
Full screen.
Haifa? Is Is this what you want to see full screen? This is Haifa.
Oh shoot, I wanted to. I'm surprised it won't let me. I wonder. Isn't Yellow Jackets a show? I don't know if I can get this to... I mean, that's not going to help, is it? What's that?
Hold on a second. I want to make sure that there's no... It's been a while.
You haven't read Lord of the Flies? Alert. Actually, I don't know if I've read it either now that I think about it. I think I've read way back in school, though,
I
to
would
be honest.
be surprised if the missiles from the last alert were still on their way. Okay, guys, I have an update for you. Manny Fabian of Times of Israel says several people are wounded and a number of homes are heavily damaged by an Iranian ballistic missile impact in central Israel.
Yeah, you seem to like hate and like traumatic stuff at the same time. Or enjoy reading about it, I guess. Maybe not like, but... Can we really not... borderless?
Manny Fabian says 10 people have light to moderate injuries in central Israel from a missile impact, ballistic missile impact.
Why can't I hit apply?
A number of homes
there we
are
go.
heavily damaged. We might get a video of the aftermath. I'm going to actually put this small again. Hold on.
Okay, I didn't mean to do that, but... No nightmares, no nothing? Yeah, I guess you got lucky. Oh, have a good one, Calico. Now, tomorrow might be pretty crazy. Oh, noon? Fuck.
I need just 1 minute.
I think it's supposed to be from noon to...
I need 1 minute. Hold on. The IDF says... the IDF now says you can leave your protected area, but you should continue
They just
to
said
stay
that
close,
last
okay?
time, though, too.
So, the IDF says... you can leave
I don't know if I
protected
can get
area.
this,
It looks
to be
like the
honest.
latest round is over.
A pair isn't going to help us here.
Injuries,
A pair gets a 6K. I think we're just sunk. I
damage
probably should just start it over.
reported
I mean, we're about to get forced to start over here in a second. Anyway. Oh my god, and we're losing money.
missiles.
So even if we make it, oh my god, bro. Yeah, let's just start over. This is a very tough difficulty.
I know I have a typo.
It's tough to do that. Ugh.
I gotta say a couple of thank yous, but give me one. I'm coming right back. I need like 1 minute. I just need to take 1 minute.
No. No breaks for you, mister. I think we'll just play that and hope we get something else. Yeah, that works. We'll take the full house. Ah!
Okay, I just need a minute.
There we go. Ooh, 2 pair. Don't care. Well, this guy's gonna go away regardless, so it doesn't matter. 2 times face card when played. Oh, we got a pair here though, so it helps. Will that be enough? Oh, damn. We need to build up 2 pair though here. Nice.
I'm coming right back. Just give me a minute.
I think I saw that story, yeah.
Continue our coverage.
There was a whole thing about plane crashes I watched a long time ago. But it was more of like figuring out why the plane went down. More than anything. We'll buy that, I guess. Take the queen. Yeah, we always skip that one because of the difficulty. It doesn't pay us any money, so. Take the 4 multiplier. Oh, I get both, don't I? I will take the pair then. We're keeping this forever, so. Okay, so 2 grand. I'll buy that for later. Let's open up a pack. Give me Uranus. I'll get rid of 62, that's fine. And then we'll discard this. Nice. Full house. We have to play 5 cards anyway, so it doesn't matter. Oh, yeah, we're good. It was 21, now it's 31. We've upgraded it, so. 2001, that's crazy. What a crazy year that was. That was right after 2000. Right after 2000. Purple seal. I could polychrome, but then I would destroy all the other jokers. What if I polychromed? You know what? Let's go all in, because I'll destroy it. Otherwise, it's gonna pick a random one. So now this is 2 pair and polychrome. Planet. It's risky though, because now I don't have the other jokers up there. So we'll see. Oh my god, another one. The qualifier is how much we can get out of 2 pair here. Ooh, that's not bad. That's not bad at all. Okay, cool. Nice. Damn. Oh, this has polychrome as well though, and sell value. We'll take that. That's not bad actually. I don't care about the straight, but that kind of sucks. It was on him, so I'm not gonna take that. Could be worse. We'll sell the Neptune or whatever. I don't care about that at all. Take the ace. I don't care about that. I need another 2 pair situation. No, come on. Okay, good. I'll take that. Dang, that wasn't enough. Okay, we got a prob. I don't know if that's a queen or a king. Damn it. Need to upgrade these. I did not. No, I didn't hear about that Georgia dog. It sounds like a boss though. Protecting his boys, you know. Oh, melon rebate. 2 to the queen. We'll flip those out. Okay. We will take 2 pair, and now we have no money, so double tag. We'll do that. Shit. Dude, why can't I get a pair? Oh my god, dude. And I didn't need a 6. I hate it here. I really do. Dude, you guys are screwing me. Dude, I hate it. What the hell? Dude, what the... Oh, we're fucked already. God damn it. Whatever, dude. Okay, actually we're good. All I needed was a pair. Or 2 pair, really. Hand's face guard. Nice. Take that. Problem is I don't have very much shit. Jack gets discarded.
Thank you for your patience.
Nah. I do want the money, but of course I have a pair here of them.
Wow, so much going on. We just had 3 different missile warnings.
Okay.
3 different missile warnings.
Did the German Shepherd take out Mr. Wolf?
A couple rounds of missiles.
That's crazy.
Crazy.
Oh shit.
Oh,
that's it.
Hey, let me thank a couple people. Hold on.
We need a better Joker up here. We're
Thank
sunk.
you to, I owe a couple thanks here. Sorry, I'm behind. We were so busy. Thank you to Jess.
I will take that. Yeah. That gives chips. We can upgrade Earth again to full house, so we're good there.
Thank you, Jess.
2 pair?
Amber
Oh,
Tucky.
dude, that's actually really good. That gets it to level 8. Holy shit.
Jess saw something on the AP cam. Yeah, sometimes we don't, my cams don't have it and somebody else's
I'm gonna
do.
discard
So
the king.
I don't know which particular thing you're talking
So we
about.
got $5.
You can message me about
Nice.
it, but I can't. Unfortunately, I can't use their cams. I can only use what I have the rights to. Thanks for letting me know, but I'm not sure which. If you want to send me a screen grab or something on X at Loki, you can write to me.
Face cards again,
Thank
nice.
you,
Remove one.
Jess,
Oh, yes.
Amber Tucky, Mitchell Pilot.
I don't know, we have 56
Morning
cards now, though.
Breeze.
I'll take the 10. Halved.
Morning
Discard
Breeze
the 2.
Entertainment, thank you. I had read that a couple days ago that
Let's do
Israel
this.
was moving some hospital activity to these underground places.
Queen.
As a
Wait, was this 2?
I don't know the extent of it.
Oh my god. I don't want 4 of a kind. God dang it.
Fierce Warrior, thank you.
I need 2 pair, don't care.
We're
Oh my
live
god,
on Facebook.
dude.
Oh, I think I said that already. Okay. Yeah, we are live on Facebook. Sheila, thank you to Sheila.
Okay. Well, I need to upgrade these pants, bro. And I'm missing a jack.
Sheila Winchester.
3 of a kind. It's gonna go away though.
Tunfield.
I'll take it. I'll take it for now. I
Thank
guess.
you. Palm Tree QXR.
It's gonna make me mad. I can feel it though. No. I guess 3
Heaven
pair.
stars.
Fuck.
I saw an article from last October saying they had 3,000 missiles. I don't know if
Bayous.
that's true. And that was before these Israeli attacks, so I don't know.
Damn. Okay.
Thanks, Heaven Stars. Michelle Schultz, Jess.
Let me use it to
QXR,
see if we can
thank
upgrade.
you.
Well, I don't know if this is-
Michael
well, actually, I'll
Cromwell.
get Jack and Kings.
Michael thinks
Nah,
Iran is
that's
trying
actually
to
really nice for
complete
us, and we got
Israel's
some money for
Iron
that.
Dome. Well, it wouldn't be the Iron Dome because the Iron Dome is for
Nice,
for
100K.
it's not for
Okay.
missiles. But maybe you think they're trying to deplete Israel's anti-missile defenses. Thank
Use
you,
that
B.
for money.
Givka. Thank you, Scrap. Michael
Oh,
Cromwell,
did I want to
It's
open
Time,
this?
Bradley
Fuck.
Moore,
Oh, you know what? We'll get rid of this.
Prozartal, Mitchell
Problem is he's
Pilot,
also part of 3 of a
Eddie C,
kind.
Brenda Mather, BBG, Crystal Faust, Amy G, Cats Rule. Sorry, I'm way behind on my thank yous. Faust,
Nice, thank you. Full house.
Sausalito Steve, thank you. Brenda Mather.
120K
Big
is kind of
John
our
Farms,
max right
thank
now.
you.
We get a little bit upgrading the pants, but
James Gorman, Lily Palmer, Waltham.
copies the ability to the
Himalaya
right.
Music, Too Many Man
Oh, that's a
Basins,
rare Joker.
Abby,
I'll get rid of this.
Tim
We'll take
747, Duncan, Trussell,
We can move it around.
Family
Oh, I'm gonna
Hour,
use that.
thank
That's a
you.
lot of money.
Hazienza,
20 bucks.
Bop,
Gold card.
Matt McQuinn,
We'll gold the 8, I guess.
Sheila
All right.
Winchester, Tunfield.
First hands face down.
Shaft,
That really sucks for
James
us.
Fish. Thank you, James. Rock and
Actually,
roll,
that worked
rock and
because it was
roll
3 of a
rolla.
kind. Thank God. Oh, we're gonna lose it in 2 rounds.
Mama 457 Rose.
That sucks, bro. I don't know if we're gonna make
Jeff
it.
Davis, Easy Papa Zulu, PV Lima 3, Go Girl Ebola. Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry, I got behind there on the thank yous. We got very busy.
I could take
Full
this
Metal
again.
on
That actually
1977
works
Static
because
X
it's
on
a less of a
Twitch, thank you.
multiplier, but
Larry
this will
Pickle Jar and Lockie's on
this will make
Twitch.
up
Big
for it.
Chief Rich on Twitch.
Rank. Okay.
And Bastard and Live Kick-Ass.
That.
And Love and Conky
Get that. I got it pretty close. We might be able to beat this difficulty on this first run.
And Snow Cones and Who Shot JR on
That's 253. More money? Jesus. More money?
So, damage of several structures reported.
More
in
money,
Israel
holy
from
shit.
Central Israel from
Oh, I was
recent,
hoping to use that.
Iranian
Yeah,
missile
bro.
strike, but I don't. Oh, hey guys, I have a video I'm gonna post in the chat right now.
Pair.
Of damage in Central Israel from the recent missile strike in which 10 people were wounded.
2 pairs
I just
in
posted
case.
it in the chat for you from Manny.
This
Fabian.
is the last one, so more money. Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Four of a
never
kind.
changed the caption here.
13.
It's Tel Aviv.
I'll sell that. Take the gold though. Okay. Oh, it's only 220. Playing a 2-pair sites mine to 0. I don't care. I don't give up. Damn, we beat it. Hell yeah. Dude, that was our first run. That's awesome. Oh. Wait, was that not it? Oh. Maybe I lied.
Magen David.
Oh shit, why would I do that when I know I don't have the money? Oh, that wasn't the end. Fuck.
10 people lightly to moderately injured from.
Well, I'm gonna use this to upgrade. That's why.
From the strikes
we might as well.
In the last
9, 9, 10, 10.
Well, last 20, 30 minutes, I would assume.
We'll make that a gold card. Then we'll put that in there. Yeah. Two pair, 1.5. Well, this has 80, and this is actually better than this because it has the multiplier on it too. Wait, these all have multipliers. Well, this guy doesn't. That's funny. No wonder we're cooking. Okay. You guys are trying to ooh my wee right now. Ooh, 5. Dude, that was 2 pair, 5K. Oh, fuck. What was the other? I don't know what the next shop is. I didn't even see what the thing was. Pair. I don't know if they're gonna do another one, but I said that earlier, and they fired some more. So 1 card to always be selected. You know what? That's perfect because I have a whole full house there. Damn, we did it. Okay, we did beat it. Nice, endless, just to see.
Well, we're definitely seeing more waves of Iranian missiles than we did either last October or last.
Oh yeah,
April.
I said the same thing. Yeah.
Last April and last October, it was just one wave. Probably had 5 or 6 waves today.
How many waves in chat? Alright, I'll let it help out. No. No. I don't want that at all. So just a waste of money, but it is what it is. We'll eat it. Yeah, that's fine. Dang, we didn't get it the first time. I'm actually curious how much that'll be. Okay. Since I know we could get past it. Oh, why would they? Oh, that's fine. I was like, why would I do that? But we're good. No repeat hand types? Oh, shit. Ooh, I don't know. Well, hopefully this does it. Now we're actually probably fine, to be honest. Because I did full house and 2 pair, you know. Good thing we got these pants in the beginning. That was we gambled and won there, right? Because we killed all the other jokers to get the spare trousers. That was the play. That was the play. Actually, well, I guess.
Thanks, Uncle John.
I think that's all as far as we're gonna be able to go.
Sites in Iran are supposed to be much more underground than others, so I can't tell you at this point how much damage there has been. That's I did see one article.
It's almost a mill.
Today, saying. But this is just the start of it. I mean, Israel says its campaign still is going. But Reuters had an article that said damage to Iranian nuclear sites so far appears limited. But they also talked to an expert who said
we might get past this.
That on the first day,
I mean, we need something exponential in here, and there's nothing I can even think of.
Like killing leadership, going after nuclear scientists, air defense systems, the ability to retaliate.
Bonus.
So, but there's been debate about whether Israel.
I guess if we had
the most
one of the wheels, maybe, but I don't think we can get
US
one.
Bunker busters or U.S. help.
Draws 3 cards.
Because some of them are really dug in. I mean, I think Fordow is super deep. Also, Natanz has an underground part.
I don't know if we can, to be honest.
Reuters says the United States is better equipped than Israel to destroy targets that are underground, deep underground, with its most powerful bunker buster bombs.
I guess if we had the steel card, I don't know. I don't think so. Doesn't matter because we beat it though. We were 400K. Okay, now we have a new run.
Reuters talked to said, if Israel's
what time is it? 11?
objective is
yeah,
to prevent
5 hours is
nuclear
coming
breakout, can they destroy enough of Iran's nuclear infrastructure to actually prevent that from happening?
Wait. It didn't. There we go. It's the last level. No, we're not doing that. I saw what the boss one was. We're not doing that. We need something good in the beginning. We just have to. Well, not good. At least something. Like, that's like hand size, and that is not going to help us. Reloading the boss plan's not going to help us. I need, like, money or a pack or something. Or a rare Joker works. Oh, actually, I'm willing to do this, maybe. But now we need a suit. Okay, spades. Oh shit! Let's throw away the others. That sucks. That we might be sunk.
Well, a couple of unconfirmed reports online claimed that what did OSINT Technical say? Claimed that that Israel had struck the Iranian Army's 216th Armored Brigade in the city of Zanjan. I don't know if that's
actually really good.
I'll post a link, you can check it out.
Polychrome.
OSINT Technical is normally pretty reliable, but I can't.
Nice, 2 pair. Okay, we'll upgrade for the multi. Same with the Earth. Earth! Buy that. Next. Well, that's not gonna help us. We could use this. Bonus cards. Oh, I hate it when I do that. Yeah, I guess it's just that then. Rank. No way, bro. All of those? No way. I need a full house. I hate it here. No, that's not gonna work at all. Oh, nice. Whew. I thought so. We only need one, and I want straight flush. Oh, screw you. The money. 3 of a kind. We will take that.
Switch cameras.
That's gonna debuff itself, but I can't help that. Oh, I should have done the tarot cards when I
done. The Jerusalem camera. I'm gonna turn that down.
High card. Damn it. Straight flush is not gonna help us at all. That's fine, whatever. Every time I go for this fucking full house,
you know what? You're right. Thank you reminding me.
I can't do that.
This camera, we had bumped up the brightness so we could see it better earlier.
Easy. God.
When it was dark.
Sell it.
Thank you.
That doesn't
for
help
reminding
here
me.
anyway. Maybe the moon will save us. Earth. Pluto. Okay.
Thank you, PZ Papa Zulu. And Rami.
Well, fuck, man. They are really trying to screw us this time.
Rami.
I mean, to be fair,
says that
they hooked us up.
he doesn't like that so many people are reported dead and injured in Tehran. He says, I thought they were targeting nuclear sites. Well, no, they didn't say that. Israel has said, you might not agree with it, but Israel said that as part of this, they were targeting nuclear scientists, and also they targeted a lot of military officials. They've been clearly doing that. So this was not supposed to be... I mean, it's against their nuclear program. That's the goal. But as part of that, they are targeting personnel.
Personnel in residential areas. I don't know. I saw a super target strike like right through a window. So.
I don't even. Also, those. I can't know if those kind of figures are. The figures
Accurate,
coming in
yeah.
around how many people killed total are correct. I just don't know.
Yeah,
I mean,
how would you know?
surely people have been killed and injured from what we've seen. That's obvious, right? So I'm not going to dispute that. But again, that's not something that Israel. You might not agree with it, but they have not been hiding it. That was something they said even last night.
Well. Oh, don't get rid of the 5. You can barely tell it's polychrome.
Thank you, Rami from Canada.
High card. Now I get a fuck you, bro. Now I get a 5. Oh my god. Oh no. We can full house it, but
also Will Horn.
we don't have a good enough thing up here at all. Maybe I sell that guy.
Will Horn and Quantum Cell. And Rick Campbell.
Damn it.
Thanks, Rick.
I need the polychrome. Dang it. That was like 50% chance. I still didn't get it. That sucks. I think we're sunk. I don't think we can wall it.
Oh, also, I owe a thank you to Francis Woodworth.
Get your Woodsworth. Nice.
Braden Reynalda. Thank you, Braden.
8K. Yeah, just restart it.
And
That was
Ryan
like the best hand we could have played.
Thank you, Ryan.
So it doesn't help us all. Why did we play that? Uh-oh. I mean, if we get $5, we're fine, I guess.
So, what Rami was referring to is, I'm looking at, Haaretz says that Iran's Noor News claims that 78 people were killed and 329 wounded in Israeli strikes on residential areas in Tehran. Again, I can't confirm those numbers. I don't know, but I would not be surprised if there was collateral damage from Israel going after people in residential areas. Now, is that further live coverage is expected? I can put up a different shot there.
Spectral. Red seal. Well, I don't know if anything else is going to happen, chat. I'm glad I pulled this up, but I don't know much. I mean, we probably have a long day tomorrow, to be honest. Any long days in chat? Long days, you know? Actually, long.
Look at this. As soon as I have Tel Aviv back, I'll do it. 6:08 local time.
It's not like they're gonna tell us something's gonna happen. Actually, when I almost shut down last time, it did. But... yeah, we should get out of here. We got a day tomorrow, okay? A day. Hopefully nothing bad happens tomorrow, I guess, but who knows, you know? Who really knows? But we'll probably go live. We'll look through it. We went through the game plan that they use for every single one of these riots / peaceful protests, I guess, or mostly peaceful. We'll see. The entire point to get the military to do something so they can tell everybody how authoritarian the government is. That's the entire point. So we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Appreciate everybody being with us. Hey, thanks to our moderators who are here. We got BZ. Thanks, BZ.
Oh, yeah, we need moderators. Okay. I'm gonna sleep. I'll be back. We'll probably be back tomorrow sometime. Thanks for chilling. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for going through some of that stuff we did earlier. Appreciate it as well. I will give you a meet and sleep, and we'll.